dum dum dum.
Are we hot?
Gooning or gargling? Or
We're not bottom gargling. That's for sure.
Dumb.
Don't forget to swish.
oh, that's a thing, isn't it?
Yep. Don't do that. Just being your natural self today, huh?
I guess. Well, thank you kindly.
I think you can probably hide that guest art thing on your stream.
Oh, I didn't even see it. There will be no guest art today. There will be no guest art today. There will be no guest art today.
Unusual bug, that's great. I love blue sky. I know the joy and the feel of it is temporary because it's in beta still, but it's very tolerable.
Until my feed just becomes angry people calling out other people's politics.
Well, you just gotta mute that stuff, you know?
Yeah, that's why I'm only following like 6 people.
Yeah.
Just you guys. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not gonna. The same thing with Twitter. I never use Twitter to get on there and be like, "All right, listen up, all you blah blah." Like it was just like, "Hey, here's thing." You know. Yeah, anxiety. That was part of the reason I had to get off of there too. It's kind of a pain having to deal with shit like that. I found getting off of social media like completely. Twitter, Tumblr, Reddit, Instagram, all of that, and not getting FOMO, like, oh, what tweets am I missing, and blah blah. It's like it felt wonderful. Things have never been better. Oh, sorry to hear that. FOMO is short for fear of missing out.
The fuck does that spell?
You gotta find what you want to do and stay busy doing it. Once you get in the habit, it's part of the reason I started going to the gym. You feel like you're doing something productive. FOMO means that, you know, like your friends are going out somewhere to do something fun. They're like, hey, you want to come along? And you're like, I've got homework to do. And they're like, it's going to be a lot of fun, man. And you're just like, oh, I don't want to miss out on it. So you abandon your homework to go do something with your friends because whatever it is they're doing is amazing and you're going to miss on it. Like that kind of psychology, that's called FOMO. Same way a puppy will lay in the middle of a hallway to be able to keep an eye on both of its owners at the same time. Because it's like one of them is going to go into the kitchen and get food and I'm not going to be able to see them. So I'm going to lay here so I can, you know, keep an eye on both of them. Our puppy does that. He has mad FOMO. But it's just as bad with people, too.
I'm not much of a FOMO guy.
Not anymore.
I did feel a tinge of it when Bubba was moving and y'all like road tripped together from Texas. That all sounded like fun. And then y'all got COVID. And I was like, all right, I think I'm...
Makes you feel better. Still ain't popped your COVID cherry yet.
I haven't. Or any kind of illness. I haven't had a flu or anything. It's mostly just because like I don't really hang out with people, not because I'm doom and gloom about it. Like I moved to a city where I really didn't know anybody, and like all of my friends were in California, and they all like went everywhere. They went all over the U.S. and moved somewhere else. I do have like a handful of friends here, and I'll do like a social thing like once or twice a month or something. And like, I don't know, to some people that sounds really sad, like, oh, you must be so lonely, but like, I'm doing great. I feel fine. Like, I think if it wasn't for Discord, being able to hang out with y'all every day, like, it'd be a very different story. But
yeah, especially since 2020, I've learned to enjoy just being quiet in the same voice channel as other people, even if we're not talking. It's like we're all here. It's like, remember when you would call your friend and then you would hang up really quick and it would go boop, 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 and then you would dial another number, and when that one rings, you click over and you'd have like the three-way party line thing. Oh, it was so much fun. Like having people on three-way on the phone until someone needed to get on the internet. No matter how shitty shit gets in real life, I'm here most of the week. You can come hang out and chill. I know that shit sucks. I'm gonna have to experience that before too long. Of course, that's it. It's like sister, mom, and aunt. That's my remaining family. And, but then you find out that you have a different kind of family that you took for granted. Your found family, I guess. Mm-hmm. There's your given family, and then your found family. I mean, people that, like your best friends, your real life friends that if you show up at their house naked, covered in blood, saying, you gotta help me, instead of calling the police, they give you a towel and they're like, all right, tell me the story, what's going on? That's family. That's not your best trustworthy friends. That's family.
when you're here, you're gay. Family. Yay.
I gotta show off what I got today. It's part of a costume. But I can't believe my Polish hat will be here tomorrow. It only took 2 days to get from Warsaw. Warsaw, Poland. Stierkowski. One moment. Most definitely. Oh, God. I don't think I can actually bring this up on a big screen. But check that out. All the shells fly out of it.
You got his NRA license and everything.
No, they don't have the NRA here. This thing is so heavy. This is an airsoft gun. This is not a real revolver, but holy fuck. It is a Dan Wesson competition shooter revolver based off of the 357 Model 8, I think. I'm not sure. But no, I mean, I'll eventually get a real gun in Canada. I just want like a lever action, small, round, like target shooter thingy. But, oh, does it have a safety? It does. It does have a safety. Awesome. But yeah, it's neat. It comes with these little fake bullet things that they look like a 357 round, but they're hollow. You just put like little pellets. Yeah, it's not an airsoft, it's a pellet gun. It uses CO2. But it's got double action. And the little thing at the bottom that you pull out to put a CO2 tank in there. It's neat. I've never had one a CO2 pellet gun before, one that do the salt shaker pellets. But this, like, you could rob a bank with this. It feels real. It says 357 Magnum on the side of it. I got it for photo op because I am gonna make my hyena costume, and he's got the chest thing. But it's just a little pellet gun. I remember the Daisy. Y'all, if y'all grew up in the 90s, you remember the Daisy metal pellet gun that they had that would shoot the little feathered darts. It would shoot BBs and it would shoot pellets. It would shoot darts and pellets one at a time, but it had a reservoir for BBs. And that gun looked so real. When we played soldiers, we would each have one. And like, yeah, you have to cock it back and then push it forward. See if I can find one of those. Those are like really cool. I miss them. They make them still, but they're all plastic and they have orange tips because people wouldn't stop robbing stores with them.
Well, it's also to keep cops from shooting kids that had them too. But
let's see if they have the, yeah, there it is, the Marksman. Oh, that's it. Marksman air pistol 90s. There it is. That's, yeah. Oh man, that's the one. God, I want to buy one. God, this was my childhood, and then they changed over to plastic. But holy shit, yeah. Let me see if they have a good picture. Yeah, this guy right here. Jesus. You cock it, and then you push right here, and the front of it like pops up. Yeah, like right there. You either put a dart or BBs or pellets in it. Yeah, see, it came with the darts, BBs, and then the little canister of the salt shaker pellets. God. That was one of the best presents I ever got. Never shot anybody, never hurt myself with it. I did later shoot myself in the foot with a BB rifle. It was like fully pumped. It went through my shoe and went through my foot.
Bubba and I used to take this lever action rifle BB gun and we would just shoot lemons in his backyard.
Lemons? Why lemons?
I don't know. Well, sometimes even tin cans.
Why the lemons? When life gives you lemons, blow them the fuck away.
Pretty much.
Oh yeah, and this is what the pistol looks like now, and it's made out of plastic, and it's totally lame.
It looks like a Nintendo thing.
Yeah, it looks like an Intellivision zapper or some shit.
Yeah.
The bug assault shredder, is that the thing that you fill with salt, and it's just like bird shot, but you shoot at flies and there's. I've seen the slow motion videos of those little house flies getting rocked, getting salt rocked. But
assaulted.
Yeah, it's the bug assault, bug dash a dash salt shredder or whatever. Yeah, it's just you pour salt into it, and it's an easy way of getting rid of big flies without like having to swat at them, and it's just salt. There's a little bit of salt on the ground, who cares? It's not going to attract ants. Gonna be a good night. I hope so. It is Monday, so I don't know what special is going on a Monday. .400 feet per second, that's almost paintball. Or that's more. Isn't paintball like 300 feet per second? I mean, we played a little bit higher than that. God. Yeah, I remember getting rocked in the ass by a Tippmann ProLite carbine. The Tippmann ProLite. That was the Honda Civic of paintball guns. Oh man, or yeah, it was the Tippmann Pro Light or the carbine. My buddy, it was semi-auto. I had an Eagle Talon, the $34.99 one pump Walmart special. God.
That's also the name of my first car.
Yeah, there is a car called an Eagle Talon.
Yeah.
Just Mitsubishi Eclipse, but
yeah,
still a good car. Well,
I was
fun car.
I was young, 18, in a sporty red Eagle Talon, and every time I brought it up to an intersection, every dude bro wanted to race. They were like,
yeah.
Whoa. Next to me, I'm like, I'm gay and I just know how to drive this thing. Like,
just look out the window. I'm still learning how to drive. Sorry.
Yeah, I know.
If you're lucky, they won't even respond. Just be like, just like pretend we didn't. Yeah.
I was also driving with my boyfriend at the time in that car, and I pulled up to an intersection, and these two ladies in a car next to us, they were just like, "Hey guys," just like super hitting on us, and then he just like kissed me on the cheek, and they both screamed and just like sped through. This was rural Indiana, like they've never seen.
Yeah, even if I was straight and my buddy was with me, we would have done that anyway. Just total Sigma male power move. Let us show you females how much we don't need you, and then just like pump the.
He was also the most like gay, not at all looking gay guy, so it must have really blown their mind.
My friend Rich and Jairus did that. Or Jeremy and Jairus. They're both like full, all the way, total super duper straight dudes. And girls would come up and they would do that to make them go away. What are you guys doing tonight? And they're like, oh, just this, and they would just like open mouth, like suck face, make out with each other, and yeah, the girls would be like, oh God!
That's awesome. That's ally behavior. The thing is like, I don't really care about any new car that's out today. I don't even know what's even good. Like if I had to go out and
Tesla,
buy a car,
EVs,
no.
They're all the rage. They're gonna take over everything. Get an EV. Gas is on its way out. Gas will pass.
I would just want something adventurous and cozy for long distance driving, I think.
I love my Crosstrek. I've never had a new vehicle before, and I finally have one. I've had it for almost exactly a year, and it still only has 5,000 miles on it. Have I ever been recognized from the internet in real life? Like, yeah, like 10 years ago. I don't know. Nowadays, nobody comes up and they're like, oh, hey, Frederick Fox, whatever. Now it's just locals around here that have seen my cartoon. I'll be at a Walmart or something. Somebody will be like, hey, I love A Fox in Space. And I'll be like, thank you. And that'll be it. But that's fine. I had fun doing all of this stuff, but being recognized for some kick-ass cartoons is what I really want.
Yeah.
You ever get recognized?
No one knows what I look like. Except,
that's right. They go, I thought you were a girl.
Yeah, oh, I got, yeah, like.
When you're at a furry con and you have your badge, it says your name.
Yeah, and it says too much dynamite, then there's like the long, like, what?
Are you holding his seat for, or are you holding her seat for her?
Well, I think that I've gotten confused less often now as a female artist, because now, like, I don't know, like it's a different time now. But yeah, definitely in like the late 2000s, I'd go to cons and people would see me and be like, oh, I thought you were like a girl because of the way you draw. And I'd be like,
your handwriting.
Yeah, exactly.
I used to get that because of the way that I paint.
Yeah, Kimi, I'm full transparency here. When I saw your cartoon where like the main character is a girl and your name is Kimi, yes, I assumed, and I'm sorry. I apologize. But yeah. But it's like when I made my hair all poofy and blonde, everybody thought I was a girl until I turned around. Like, here's your fries, ma'am. And I'd turn around and be like, thanks. It's all right. And I'd do like a kissy lips at them. They're like, oh, I'm sorry. Just make them feel even more awkward. That was when I was like 16 or 17, and I'd come through the drive-thru, be like, here's your fries, ma'am. And I'd turn around and look, and they'd be like, oh, I'm sorry. I was like, no problem, sugar.
Back when I still had my long hair and didn't have a mustache or any facial hair otherwise, there had been a couple of occasions where guys would like, if they had known about me and like see my face or whatever, they hadn't heard my voice, they'd like do a double take.
Yeah, I know how that goes.
I frequently got confused as being a woman too at the glory hole, which I understand. You know, it happens, but
the glory hole, they get out, they're like, oh, you suck dick like a girl.
I get that a lot as I wipe my lip, the corner of my mouth with my wrist.
Sorry. It's like, oh, I thought you were a girl. What gave it away? Christ. This thing has a speed loader too. That's the thing. I think you can only put one pellet per bullet. God, though, this thing is. It's cool just to have it around, but it's completely weighted like an actual real gun. You can knock over a 7-Eleven with one of these things.
You knock over a 7-year-old. I thought that's what you were gonna say. You could just like hit him with
sorry, your mind went there.
Oh.
Timmy, what? Walk away.
I'd watch that on YouTube.
Watch what? It's like GTA style, just going around taking down randoms. That's sinister, dude. That's uncouth. You have no coof.
Look, I'm gonna be the first one to admit that I laugh my ass off when I see kid get hit and it's posted on YouTube. It's just funny. It's getting hit.
My favorite scenes from Freddy Got Fingered were when that kid was like, "Hey, I'm gonna bonk." He runs into the car door.
I actually still haven't seen that.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, boy hits the car. Here it is. Can I show that? Here we go.
Brilliant.
Oh God. I shouldn't think that's funny, but it is, and well.
That's reminding me when I was in like first grade. I was either in kindergarten or first grade, and it was winter, like shortly after Christmas, and I was on the school bus on the way home, and this 5th grader kept picking on me, and we hit like a bump at the same time that he like shoved me, and I like the velocity like smashed my face against the window on the bus. And I had never seen so much blood come out of my face, ever. And
you just have bad facial luck as a kid.
What do you mean?
Like the dancing thing, and then that.
Well, yeah, dude. If you're a dancer and you've been doing it for more than 10 years, you're gonna get fucked up. You're gonna get destroyed in so many ways you don't even know about.
Hey, we good? We good? How you doing?
the bus driver like immediately like pulled over and grabbed like a.
I've got to call this
bag.
in.
Well, she grabbed a plastic bag and filled it with snow and like held it against my face, and she was yelling at the kid. She was like, "How could you do this to him?" and like all this stuff, and like he was a 5th grader, and like when you're in kindergarten, a 5th grader is like an eldritch being who is older and wiser than you, and they look like they're like
yeah. The 2nd graders looked like they were 40 when I was in kindergarten.
Exactly. And he felt so bad, and I got like a Tiger Electronics like tank game, and he like sat next to me and he was like, "Can I play that game with you?" And I was like, "Yeah." And I was just like crying, and you're like sharing the game back and forth. Anyway,
I'm sorry I busted you up.
Yeah.
I can't get the music out of that, can I?
Oh.
I'm not gonna add a child screaming in agony to my soundboard as much as I want. God. I'm sorry, I only find that stuff hilariously funny because the exact same shit happened to me and everybody laughed. I was like, okay, I get it now. That's all right.
I think it's so funny because it's so relatable.
Oh God.
I just like to imagine it's any one possible like kid that's ever really annoyed me with some form of screaming in my lifetime, and that's what it would have sounded or looked like if they had gotten theirs, and that's usually amusing to me.
That works. Burn mark in the ceiling. I don't live there anymore. That was like 20 years ago. I'm in Canada now. I'm married and I live in Canada. God,
So
it's
gay.
crazy. It is pretty gay.
I mean, crazy.
Crazy gay. That would have been 2010. If I was in Illinois at that point. I don't remember that whole part of my life was a giant blur. Trying to find myself. I miss 2012. I want to have another 2012. Because for me, 2012 was the most musically creative year. 2011 and 2012 were the two most musically creative years in my life I've ever had. A lot of it was just like a month out of 2011 where we made an entire album. And then in 2012, I did all the Star Fox musical stuff. Hey Mitch, how's it going? Yeah, I was on there when DZ ran the place. And I think after he left, I don't know, there's a couple people on there that just didn't like me. So anytime I would post something, they would be unkind. So I left. Then I went to the Discord. Same thing happened, and I just like, okay, I'm out. Yeah, I still have all that stuff.
Sorry, I'm back. Had to crap a kidney.
Yeah, I've got that lying around somewhere. I hope my hat isn't too big. I hope it's not too small. I measured the thing around my head. I think I have a 61 centimeter head at the biggest part, and I got a 62 hat. So at worst, I don't know, like roll up some newspaper and stick it up in there. You know, people will, I can't remember what they did back in the day. They'd take some newspaper or a sock or something and wrap it around at the top of it so it would be perfect. Or I can go to a tailor or someone and be like, hey, my head's too small for this giant hat.
Or a haberdashery.
Yeah, if you're gay. Oh, right. Well, yeah. I guess that checks out for me, huh?
Alright, it's my dinner time. I'll be back in a bit.
Ah.
Bye.
How about just Fred? Oh Lord, what did I do? Oh, I've deleted that. Is Andros still gay? Yeah, sure. Like, I mean, he's not gonna do anything particularly gay. But yeah, in my cartoon, I have Andros as he married, he had a daughter, and after 30 years of marriage, he some people it takes a 30-year marriage, a child, and a divorce to find out that you're gay. No, this isn't going to be that kind of cartoon.
Plus, you can't pull off a sweater vest like that unless you're a total homosexual. But
He does have one, doesn't he?
it's practically a bib for sucking cock, but who am I to judge?
He comes out wearing a black choker, a little neck choker thing. And Falcon's just like, yeah, that means he's got a black belt and sucking d.
It was handmade off of Etsy.
Wow, and what's the next step up from a black belt? Falco with the zingers. Falco, I want to have so much of Falco in episode 3. I really do. Falco needs more airtime, even if it's just in YouTube shorts. Andros is the umpire empire.
I'm the one who decides who is in and who is out.
No, Doctor, I haven't told my mom yet. She's really conservative.
I will keep it to myself for now.
Oh, we do this all the time. There is no need to be afraid. We do this all the time. Come on.
I need a zipper sound effect on my soundboard.
I've got one here.
I know, but
In
I
general.
just had a good zinger. I appreciate it.
Or wait, I've got another one too. What is this one? There. That's. I don't use that Zipper Zero. I don't use that one. So if you want a different one than the one I use, that's that. Inner City Blues. Farrah does not yet smoke menthols. When she becomes older, Farrah's pretty rough. she goes like later on. Farrah is very much her own independent person. Yeah, that's the funny thing. She does become a bit rugged. And it's kind of like, I mean, it's kind of good that what happened to her did happen. She was that young, dreamy, like, I love my boyfriend and blah, 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 and things are going to be okay, because da-da-da-da. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say she'd be a Virginia Slim girl. I would like one package of Benson & Hedges Deluxe Ultralight Menthol 100s in a soft pack. But why didn't you just say that you were... It's a lot quicker than all that. Like, what was all that again? Could he say it one more time? How did it go?
Could have smoked a whole pack that amount of time. I've probably smoked a total of like 3.5 cigarettes my whole life.
Ooh, I don't even want to count. I don't even want to think about it. Let's do the math. I'm going to do the math. So, I'll write it down because I was never really fully a pack a day man. So let's say 15 cigarettes a day times 365 days times 17 years. I probably smoked 90,000 cigarettes. Is that right?
What? Wow.
Well, I smoked for 17 years. But I don't know. No, I quit smoking 6 years ago. I don't even know why I fucking started in the first place. I do feel that way. I'm like, oh my God. It was after I went to MagFest 2017. And then March 6th, 2017, I started getting like, before that day, I got really sick. And I remember March 6th. But I got really sick for like almost 2 weeks. And I just couldn't bring myself to smoke a cigarette during that 2 weeks. And I just lay there. I was like, you know, I'm probably through all of the nicotine withdrawal and all that, and I already feel shitty, so I'm just gonna keep not smoking a cigarette. And I had 2 packs of unopened Camel Crushes on my fridge in my camper. And every day I'd get up and just be like, I don't need one. And I just kept going, and after like a week or so of just not smoking, I was like, I think I'm going to keep this up, and I did. March 6th, 2017. So, yeah, that's 6 years and some change. I still do that other thing from time to time. That doesn't count, though. Like, you can smoke weed every day for a year and then stop cold turkey, and you're not going to be all like itchy and withdrawally and whatnot. I don't know. I used to be a pack a day man when it came to weed too, but like now it's just, I don't know, at the end of my day when I'm getting ready to go to bed, I'll take a puff of a vape pen of weed or something like that. I don't know. It makes me not able to work. I can write better. If I'm doing animation work, like, no, I gotta stay stone cold sober or have like a shot or 2 of whiskey or something on a busy day. Like, that's fine. But when it comes to writing, if I'm just doing a whole day of writing and nothing but writing, then yeah, you know, a little bit. It helps with writing because you're just laying there thinking about stuff and typing it in on a word processor. But, you know, no, like, if I have to write music or play music or anything like that, like, no, I can't be drunk, I can't be stoned, I can't do any of that shit. Do have to go upstairs and check on my puppy, though. I'll be right back.
That's literally what he looks like.
All the time.
If you want to get real accurate, you just have to draw the drool just hanging off his mouth.
God. What were we eating? I think it was... We got this Chinese food stuff one of the last times I was there, and he had his head resting on my thigh. I was like, "Oh, hey, buddy," and you got up to go over to someone else, and there was just this puddle on my pant leg. Disgusting.
Endearingly disgusting. I have a video that's been posted plenty of times now of him just like drooling all over my sweatpants because I was holding a Tim Hortons breakfast wrap and I wasn't letting him have any. Did the same with my, what are they called? Beaver something, so it's like little corn pops. Oh, no little corn pops.
I knew that was coming.
Sorry. From Bucky's. I brought a pack up there. Just munch on them every now and then. He'd always pay attention.
an egg white herb. You'll have to forgive me. I need to blow some snot out of my head.
It'd be great if you could finish that.
I'd have to make a new
episode
one.
3 is done.
I'd have to start over and make a new one. That is like a 5-year-old prototype now.
Never watched all of Buddy Thunderstruck. I think I've maybe seen like 2 or 3
Oh my
episodes.
god, we're gonna have to marathon the whole fucking thing.
Oh.
It's so good. It's so good. I did fan art and the director liked it and wrote me back.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I don't know if
Oh,
I
hell
still
yeah, I'm
have
down to
that
watch it.
anymore.
Someone online posted a clip from a movie that I was obsessed with and completely forgot that it had existed the other night. The movie's called A Town Called Panic. It's a French stop motion movie. It's based off of a television series, I think, of the same name and the same characters, but then they made a movie, and it's incredible. It's one of the coolest, like,
The cowboy, horse, and Indian thing.
Yes.
I've never seen
Yes.
this.
Dude, oh my god, we have to watch the movie.
I guess I don't have it anymore. Huh. It was on my Twitter. I made some fan art for Buddy Thunderstruck, and oh, Lord knows what happens to it what happened to it when I deleted my Twitter. I have the little stuffed animals. Of Buddy and Darnell. Pain Diamond. Oh yeah, Artichoke. Everybody had a crush on Artichoke. We really do need to watch it. I don't know what the creator of Buddy Thunderstruck is doing now, but like, it's so good. It's really, really, really good. Even just as a one-off thing. I wonder if Bubba has seen it. I know Bubba would like Buddy Thunderstruck. Oh wait, do I have it? I'm opening up a Vegas file called buddythunderstruck.veg. Oh. Really? Man. I didn't actually delete that, did I? Oh, man. I have to, that sucks. I don't know if I even have that anymore. Maybe I sent it to someone. Maybe I didn't. Well, that's kind of lame. I thought maybe I did, but could have sworn. That is a shame. Yeah, those ones I sent to MXC because he was a huge fan of that show. These are the.
Aw. Oh, you made those?
No, I didn't make. That's official merchandise.
Oh. Well, because you said you made art, and I assumed this was the art.
No, I made art, not like actual little dudes.
So that's not art.
I wish I could make. Well, those. No, I don't want to play. But I did. They were in the style of a fox in space. And, Damn. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to find it. That sucks. Lost to the sands of time. I'm sure it's in a fucking file somewhere. Whoa, that is not the Buddy's Thunderstruck fan art that I wanted to click on. I hope that didn't show up.
You find some Buddy Thunder or something?
Buddy Thundercuck. Darnell, you can just go hide in the closet and I'll just... But no, that was a really good show, and I'd like to go through it again. I think there were only like 6 or 7 episodes or something, but it was really, really, really good. Good stop motion stuff. I think it's some of the people that worked on Robot Chicken, but I'm not sure. I didn't even realize it was a weekend. I don't do the weekend thing. I don't do like the whole, oh, it's Friday, oh, it's Saturday and Sunday. I do different stuff. I just get up and get to work. But it was a good time. I had an all right time. Wouldn't mind hanging out in the public thing a little more often. Really shit, I miss it, kind of. I got tired of it a while because I couldn't focus on work for whatever mental reasons. And then after 2 or 3 years, I'm just like, I need to hop in there a little more often. Meerkat, bless you. Meerkat actually found the art.
Oh.
Holy shit, dude! Thank you. I like, this is the thing. I would have to recompile it from an Adobe Illustrator file, and I don't have Adobe Illustrator installed. So you've saved me a great deal of trouble. Yeah, here's my buddy Thunderstruck fan art.
Sick.
That's one I wouldn't mind a continuation of. Thank you, Mir. I appreciate it. And saved, so I don't have to worry about it again. Much appreciated. I did some Agretzko fan art. I don't remember what it was called. I don't. I know I had that one recently, but what was it? Did I have that anywhere? Yeah, here it is. I found it. Yeah, I did some Agretsuko fan art like 5 years ago. Dropping the mic. Some goofy doodles and stuff. I don't remember. I actually don't remember. Do you want to hop over? I'm good for now. We can do it some other time. It's entirely up to you. I don't know if you're in the middle of something or not.
Oh, I'm just drawing.
No promises, but if it should fall.
Yeah, I'm down.
Me too. I think on this one I've got the public thing set up. Yeah, because I hardly ever hop on there. Let's blah, blah, blah. It is showing up. Look at that. We are at the top left. Over, yeah. How's it going, bud?
Going pretty good.
Ugh, you smell like you're 30.
You smell like old and dying.
Smells like that fresh, right 30 smell. That dirty 30 smell.
Yeah, well,
We
I
should
look
call
like
our
I'm
birthday.
22, so
I'm having my dirty 30. And my buddy Randy had his dirty 30. It was pretty great. Ow! Ah!
Ah,
Ah, I felt that in my teeth.
what, you made
Ah.
of bubble wrap?
I smell burnt toast. What?
oh shit, my toast!
Dr. Penfield! Burnt toast! That's it, Dr. Penfield! I smell burnt toast! Oh well. Actually gotten a good bit of work done for the past 2 days. Learning better ways to cut corners. want to play the bathroom attendant thing again. That's so great. I'm so glad that I restored that. Because like it needs to be restored.
Good evening, sir.
Hello. Hey, what's all this stuff about?
It's free, sir. Help yourself, please. Freshen up.
You're kidding, it's free?
Yes, sir. Take whatever you like. It's for you. The ladies will love you.
All right, I don't mind if I do. Okay, sure. Great.
Adios, ozone layer!
Never know who you're gonna meet. You know what I mean?
Yeah! That's pretty good. Come on, damn you! Don't you die on me! Clear! The free stuff! Hey, look! It's Santa Claus!
Oh, have you been a good bathroom attendant? Woo! That was great.
Yeah, and free.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, buddy. Don't think we forgot about you.
No, we didn't forget you.
Oh man. Height of comedy in 1993. That was some good stuff. Yeah, that is from, if you ever heard of Kids in the Hall, it was like kind of a similar thing, but on MTV. Comedy Central had Kids in the Hall. MTV had The State. And I have, like, just like Daria, they re-released The State, but they lost all of the licensing for the original music used in a lot of the seasons. So they had to remake the music for it. That Voodoo Lady song, that's the first time I ever heard Voodoo Lady by Ween, was in that skit. And they re-released it on DVD and on Paramount or what the fuck ever, but they didn't have the rights to the music, so they had to like remake some songs for it or whatever, and it did not have the same feel to the skit. And I used AI to separate the vocals and the music tracks and everything for all of that. And I made that. I put it back together. The audio's ozone layer where he's spraying, I had to go find an actual like spray bottle sound effect and put it in there and try to remember as a child where, like, when I saw it, what parts of the music were where. And like if you listen to the royalty-free music that they created for the original scene, you can kind of tell that they were trying to make it sound as close to Ween's Voodoo Lady as possible. But there's a whole group of people that took the entire first and second seasons of The State and restored them, just like they did. I have all of the seasons of Daria with all of the original music restored because they made some rinky-dink other stuff.
It just hits better with the original music too.
Yeah, it really is. But they didn't do season 3, and season 3 was the one with staring contest and the bathroom attendant skit. And I'm gonna have to redo when I get the staring contest skit procured. I'll have to put Alice in Chains' "I Stay Away" over the skit there, because that's the song they used for that. I hate when companies do that shit. It's like, spend a little money and get the original fucking rights to the music that you used. I don't want to see something re-released with royalty-free synthesizer boop beep 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 kind of shit. It's not the way it was originally produced. I went on a Reddit forum where like a year or two ago, somebody posted on there. I was like, I remember this having Ween's Voodoo Lady in it and blah, blah, blah. And it just sucks all the fun out. And I just pasted the Discord. Like I pasted it to my private thing in Discord. And then I pasted the Discord URL on that Reddit. And the dude like sent me a private message with like half of his life story, just being like, I watched this and blah, 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 and this is as close as we're ever going to get to it. Thank you so much for making this, blah, blah, blah. Like just to be able to reach that one or two people that gave me an upvote on that, being like, dude, you were there. I was like, I know, I was 9 years old. But, oh my God. Because I think I played the original for y'all. Like, it was just the bland synthesizer music that was trying to emulate the progression of Voodoo Lady by Ween. And it's still the same skit and everything, and it was close, but like the song is what made it. But yeah, I have, let me see if I've got Daria. Yeah, Restoration Project. In the Daria Restoration Project, I have seasons 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Which means like they're not going to be perfect quality. I would rather have a lower quality rip with the original audio than a perfect 4K AI upscaled whatever rip with bullshit music in the background. Oh, hi. It's diarrhea. God. Daria was a great show, though. Lady born 10 years too late. Yeah, diarrhea, cha-cha-cha. I remember that shit. Daria was great. I'm glad that. I don't know what Mike Judge's involvement with it was. It was interesting reading about how Idiocracy was not Idiocracy had zero advertisement. Everyone be like, oh, it was the big companies afraid that people were going to figure out that this is where things were headed. Like, honestly, I think it was just because they made fun of actual companies, like Starbucks giving hand jobs and stuff like that. But yeah, like the movie Idiocracy did not get, it got zero advertising. It was released in like 7 theaters, probably all in California or Texas or whatever. But it had no, like, Extract was released, Office Space everywhere, but the movie in between, Idiocracy, like, it had no advertising whatsoever. They did not want that movie advertised for anything. It's wild. Yeah, it's the one Mike Judge movie that you cannot buy or rent on YouTube. It's another thing that's kind of strange. But it's very prophetic. Not so much prophetic, it's just like they looked at the end result of where lingo and entertainment and everything was headed. And I feel that like they were pretty fucking accurate. I have a feeling that I'm going to be accurate when I put out the violence of like certain parts of the city where social media and things have just like reached their full evolution. Basically, people just vegged out with like contact lenses or goggles and just not even acknowledging other people within their vicinity. It's going to be really interesting. The most interesting thing for me, if I survive long enough, is to see if I was right and see if we get to that point where everyone's just vegged out laying around with contact lenses that show them cyberspace. Yeah, the AI stuff. Everyone is going to, like, sleep is going to be glamorized in my cartoon. Like, instead of buying a sports car, you buy a sports bed. You buy a bed with all the trimmings, and it's just like you will wake up the next day relaxed and ready to work at your full-time job. Go to sleep and sleep like the elites. Yeah, or ads while you're asleep. We'll pay 1/3 of your rent if you let us run ads while you're asleep. You know, that kind of shit. And everybody laughs and they're like, oh, that's so dystopian. It's like, is it though? I mean, how many people online, how many of these influencer people do you think would be like, oh, shit, like I can get money and all I've got to do is let them advertise James Charles's makeup line in my ears while I'm asleep, and they pay 1/3 of my rent? Done. I mean, even to me that'd be fucking kind of tempting, but not that I would ever do it. But it's crazy. It's not that crazy though. They'll totally do it. Yeah, remember that stuff. I had a dream once that they projected the Pepsi logo to the moon. because the moon's round. It was just like the moon was the moon, but over the craters, and an additive projecting layer of the Pepsi logo was over the moon. Oh yeah, wait for the day until you have to subscribe to turn the taser in your pillow off for 5 hours. God. Or we just end up like, what was it, 15 million merits? The Black Mirror thing. That's actually pretty close to what life and the violence is like in the city of Hopeton, where, you know, people get paid by running on motorcycles, little exercise bicycles to generate electricity or some shit. I don't know. It would be interesting.
Excellent! Excellent!
Oh, it's thank you for gifting 2 subs. Schaefer73, Mia Cat 321. Thank you. Oh, what am I doing?
Is that onion scanning on the fly?
What do you mean?
Like when you're moving the tail there? Or is that all previous frames you've done?
No, this is multi-frame editing, where you can pick one frame or all frames and edit them with a curve. You have them all selected and
oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Like that was one of the first things when I found it in Blender that like completely convinced me like this is what I'm going to use for the rest of my life.
I was going to say, does Adobe have that?
Adobe and Toonboom do have multi-frame editing, but I don't know if it, because you know this has a fall off.
Mm-hmm.
Like here, I'm gonna just in the middle of all of these frames of the body layer here, all of these frames, I'm gonna select all of them and then hit this button and it shows all of them. Now if I go into edit and turn the fall off, like disable it, I can grab all of these and just move them wherever and they'll all be there. But if you turn on the fall off, where like whatever frame you're at the timeline, like your actual blue line that you're on, and you turn on the fall off and you edit them, you see that there's like the farther away from the middle where we are, the less it affects it. So I can do this and it'll, you know, it has a curve that it affects them on, which is
so good.
Which is defined right here. Like you can make it whatever. Or
The
if you want to
animation
just
is
do the sculpt and do this.
So slick as well.
And see, like all that is I turn the curve on and I rotate this. So it affects them more and more like that. So if seriously, like it's so simple. It's so simple and it saves so much time. Like with his tail here on all these frames, I go in the middle where it's just this now. It's just this simple movement. But in the middle, if I wanted it, you know, to make his tail whip up or something weird, it'll do it in the middle and then go back to normal by the end. Like that, you know, that's silly, but you can do anything. You grab it in the middle and just rotate everything out and it's so great. And it helps me cut corners without it looking too tweeny. Like for his arm here.
Well, it's still your animation, it's just that you can edit them and not have to then go into 20 other frames and edit them slightly to try and blend
exactly and go through them and do all that stuff. It just saves so much time. So you just, I know it's exaggerated, but it's just, you know, to give the example of like just one little nudge that you can do to make stuff change. Or like rotating them like that. If I wanted to make him wave the arm up, make it say it's not perfect, but like if still it's if you had everything designated for that beforehand, like it will save you minutes, sometimes hours on shit like that. And you select down here which frames, like if you only want to affect every other frame, you can do this and it'll select them all and you can do the stuff, and then it does it to every other frame. It's all entirely based on the orange frames you have selected down here. Everything, it's like the stem cell episode of Family Guy when he just goes in and walks out and he's fine. And he's like, why are we not funding this? It's just like, I have that same thing every time I find some new feature in Blender with the grease pencil. It's like, why is this not in any other program that you have to pay $70 a month to use? Why is this only in a free program?
They're scared.
Oh, they're gonna be. No,
or the director's sitting there trying to figure out how they can buy Blender, and they're like, it's open source.
Adobe Blender, their little like BL icon, they can get they could just lay down and get fucked, because like I hate them so much. I hate Adobe, I really do. And it's sad. They didn't even make Flash. Macromedia made Flash. They bought Flash for Macromedia and turned it into Adobe Animate. Adobe.
I'll have my Macromedia box set and give them that shit up for no one.
I have Mac Flash 8. I will always have a little copy of Macromedia Flash 8 on every computer that I have, like even the future, like if whatever new version of Windows 12 or 13 or whatever comes out, and it no longer lets me use Mac Flash 8, I won't use it. Hopefully I'll be over to a fucking Linux box by then and just emulate it on Wine or something.
The day is coming. Linux will have its eventual rise once it can let you do everything with a user interface.
Yeah, the only program that I cannot use in Linux right now is Fruity Loops, FL Studio. Everything else I use, Blender, OBS, streaming software, Audacity, any of that stuff, everything I use can be used on Linux except for FL Studio. That's the one little thing. And I can just have a separate computer that is just a Windows like standalone box just for FL Studio. But if the day ever comes that FL Studio can run on a fucking Linux box, I probably won't use Windows anymore. FL Studio is the one, that and Reason, like the other music program I use, that is the one program that has kept me from going full Linux nerd and just abandoning Windows. I hated Windows 10. I hate Windows 11 even more. It's just more spyware. It's spyware, malware, whatever, but it's called smart. You know what I mean? It's like, use Windows Smart Search. it collects all of your personal data and it guesses what you're searching for based on your phone conversations and blah blah blah. Everybody has installed Windows 11 and had to click through 9 or 10 or 11 no buttons. You know, that one section of it was like, you're installing Windows 11. Would you like to turn on Smart Search? It monitors all of your... No. Would you like to turn on Smart Read? It reads all of your data. No. Would you like to turn on Smart Call? Anytime you call, it reads your data and collects. No. And you just keep clicking no through all this middle stuff, and it's like, okay, what time zone are you in? And then it finally gets to all the, you know, like keyboard, time zone, blah, 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 or it does all that first, and then it gets into the, would you like smart this? Would you like smart monitoring? It monitors everything that you, blah, blah, blah. You know. I miss the 90s. I miss the 90s where it's like, keep your ads off my body. I don't want the government to monitor me, blah, blah, blah. And now it's like, hey, everybody, this is brought to you by blah, blah, blah. It records you while you sleep and tells you how many times you farted and uploads all of your data of your breathing and blah, blah, blah. Okay. Like, seriously, they did it. They did it. They convinced everyone to be fine with all of that, and I hate it so much. Download this app that records you while you sleep, and it tells you how many times you farted and what you're breathing and blah blah blah, while it uploads it to Xi Jinping and for free. And oh god, it's sorry, I don't want to get too preachy, but I hate that shit. I hate all that. Like, oh, just give away everything about yourself for free, and we get paid for it. And you get to use our app for free. Watch out when you're using an app for free. I forget who it was that said this eternal fucking quote. If a product is free, then you're the product. I forget how it goes exactly, but it's like, if you get something for free, then you're the one whose data is being sold for whatever.
Your data is worth money, that's why they want it.
I miss Windows 7 Black.
Oh god, I forgot that was even a thing.
Anybody, y'all remember? I know she remembers, but y'all in chat, y'all fucking remember Windows 7 Black? Or even before that window. I forget what the XP one was called, but yeah, Windows 7 Black, it was a hacked version of Windows 7 that had all of the bullshit removed. All of it. You know, like when you get a computer from Best Buy, and it would be like Windows 7 with Best Buy's easy purchase program and this and this and this and all this fucking bloatware that was added to your computer when you bought it. Anytime that I've bought computers from Best Buy, but anytime that I would get a computer from Best Buy or Walmart or anything like that, take it home, immediately full format, immediately stick in my Windows 7 Black booting USB thumb drive and just install. Like, it was bare bones Windows with just the chipset drivers, just the drivers you needed. And when your Windows desktop, it would have Internet Explorer icon and recycling bin icon, and that was it. No Best Buy, Walmart, easy purchase program. Like, no.
You get Windows 11 ameliorated now. They've changed how it works, so you just install Windows 11 stock, and then you run their program. It's Windows ameliorated, so AME. I posted it in chat. So basically, you can just say, I want this profile, that profile. You can have it so it doesn't touch a lot.
Ameliorated.
Yeah. And it just kind of gets rid of all the bloatware, or you can have it like gouge bits of it out, so it strips it all the way down to the
created
bare minimum.
From the British Indian Ocean Territory. What is it? No, ameliorated.io. What is IO country code? Microsoft Bimbos. No, it was I thought it was the Indian Islands in Britain or whatever the fuck it's called. You know me, I have no geographic or historical knowledge, but
British Indian Ocean territory.
Yeah. There's been a lot of websites I've had to go to lately that are .io.
Yeah, one of those wee islands that is literally just like a British military base and not much else.
Micronesia. Or Popper Can Live Like a Prince. Or that Euro Trip movie. It's like, we have $18.67. What the fuck can we get in Eastern Europe for $18.67? And it just cuts to like the string quartet and them bringing them hors d'oeuvres and lighting candles and shit.
I mean, not far off when I was in Kiev, I got, was it a bottle of wine, wild mushroom soup with
so you actually got to go?
Trout. Yeah, I went in 2016, I think it was, for WAF. It was great.
Good.
And all that, and also some beer as well, cost less than a coffee and a brownie at Charles de Gaulle Airport.
One of my bucket list items, which, I don't know, Slava is hopeful. Slava thinks that things will return to normalcy by the time I get too old. But one of my bucket list things since 2007 has been to go to the Chernobyl exclusion zone.
That one might be a little bit more difficult because of all the holes that have been
influencers.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like because of minefields or tanks or.
It's not so much that; it's the fact that people dug trenches in the forest. That's the bit that's going to take a while for all that dust to settle.
Yeah, like I just want to be able to go wherever, like as long as there is concrete under my feet, I don't care. Like I don't want to go in, I don't want to see the red forest or whatever. Like I just want to go there and be able to see the plant on the horizon and just like be in that area. Like I'm sorry, 2007 was a very rough and lonely point in my life. It was the longest I ever lived on my own by myself. And what got me through 2007, the entire year until I moved back in with a friend, was Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl. That is my favorite first-person shooter game of all time. I'm not going to say it saved my soul or any gay shit like that, but it definitely like helped me hang on through a rough time, and I lost myself in that world, and I became like I don't know how to explain it. Like some people find Harry Potter, some people find Lord of the Rings or Fallout or whatever, and they lose themselves in that world. Mine of that, my World of Warcraft or my whatever was Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl. I beat the game, I went online, found out there were like 10 endings. I was like, I don't care about the ending, I just want to start a new game and get into it again. And ever since then, I'm like, I want to go there. I want to make the pilgrimage to the zone. I know it sounds nerdy and gay as hell, but like that has always been, for almost 20 years now, something that I've wanted to do. And I've been learning Russian for 4 years, and now, like a year and some change ago, it's like, oh well, not gonna be going to Ukraine for a while. And it sucks. And I'm mad. I know when people come in here and hear me talking in Russian, and they're like, "Oh, why are you like no, trust me. Like I'm mad about this situation, just like everybody else is. I have a lot of friends in Russia that have had to leave the country in order to keep getting paid. Like they make cartoons, they make video games, they make 3D models on VR chat. They're just regular kids like us, like 20-something, 30-something year old people that log on to Steam and play Overwatch and dunk on you, and they're no different, and people in that area, Ukraine, Russia, and all around there, having to like uproot their lives. People that have never left home before in their entire life, having to like go to another country and try to make ends meet. It's like, well, I can stay here and get conscripted and go shoot people that are probably like distant cousins of mine, or I can leave and go to another country and keep making fursuits and VR chat avatars and 3D animation stuff. Which would you fucking pick? Like, sorry, like I like my country and everything, but if it started doing stuff that Russia was doing, and like 99% of the rest of the world is like cutting them off, and I could be like, well, I can either go into the army, my 39-year-old self, like get drafted and go navigate minefields, or I can move 1,000 miles away and keep my PayPal account and keep making Star Fox cartoons. I'm sorry, I'm in my 30s. I don't want to get political on here or anything, but I do feel like Putin is being a little too rough. I'm not going to get into any fucking specifics or anything, but all I have noticed since all of this shit has happened is a lot of my friends from Russia and Ukraine and surrounding places, they have had their lives completely uprooted. And it sucks. I'm not going to say anything else of what I think people need to do or anything like that, but I have a lot of friends in Russia. I have some friends in Poland. I have a couple friends in Ukraine. And yeah, all of them have been like, yeah, I every morning I wake up and I instantly turn on the TV and go, all right, what's going on today? Is there anything? Okay, no, we're still good. I don't have to make any changes. And some of those people get up and they turn on the TV and they're like, yep, I gotta go buy a plane ticket. And that shit sucks. I can't imagine. I'm an American that got to migrate to or immigrate to Canada. And even though I had to pay a lot of money and go through a lot of bullshit for that, I can't imagine what some of my friends are going through over there in Central and Eastern Europe. Like, that shit totally sucks.
Have you, there's a YouTube channel, Azeel, that recently interviewed a VR chat arcade manager or whatever, who lives in, I think, Kiev. And they talk about when they sometimes have events in this room that's made specifically for Ukrainian players. Like a bomb will go off near one of them, and then you'll start to hear it through the microphones of all the other people in the level.
That's crazy.
It's all happening so close to each other, to them.
Because they're all in the same town or the same city or whatever.
Yeah, or they're within an hour of each other.
Yeah, that's wild for I've been on a voice chat where someone in my same neighborhood, I was like, you hear those sirens? And they're like, yeah, they're coming by now. And like, you hear them on my speaker, and then like 10 seconds later, you hear them going by theirs because we live on the same road, just like 2 minutes apart. But I just like, oh, ambulance sirens work, but like for shit like that to come over the speakers and like, God, that's a chilling. I've never even really thought about that before. That's really fucking chilling. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks, and as a human being, it's embarrassing. It's the 2020s. Like, why is this going on? Other than like old people obsessed with the 1940s or whatever. It sucks. People can get online and troll one side or troll the other, but like, honestly, anyone 50 or younger is looking at this shit going on and just being like, come on, dude. Like, who? I don't know. I think the world would be a lot different if we had less 85, 95-year-old people running it.
Oh, we're doing this century again.
Yeah. I'm not saying everybody has to be JFK, but voting for like, we're going to be voting for people who are like, okay, do we vote for the 85-year-old or the 80-year-old? It's just, if we're going to get to that point, it's going to fucking suck. It's just like, come on, like, really lets you know who's really in charge.
Yeah, I mean, look at the UK. We voted in someone who's pretty young, and they didn't last as long as the lettuce.
Yeah.
They wiped out like 18 billion off the UK stock market.
Just maybe if we could get the average aged down to like maybe the 70s, just the 70s, average like mid-low 70s, maybe eventually 60s before I die. It just doesn't have to be like I'm saying. Like, I don't want a 20-year-old running the country. Like, they tried that 2,000 years ago and it didn't go so well, did it? They all died. That was a joke. But I remember those things like, did you know that 100% of smokers die? And everyone's like, oh God, no. But yeah, like having a president that's like younger than 80. Like, I'm sorry, I could sit here and dog on Donald Trump just as much as I can dog on Joe Biden. Like, the fact that those are our two choices. Like, the past 3 or 4 presidential elections, don't worry, like, I'm not gonna shoot off in one direction. Like, my whole outlook on everything involving the presidency and whatnot, I'm embarrassed. Like, I don't want to get any like political left-right discussions or anything going, but like, as an American, I know there's a lot of non-American people in the chat right now, and I just want to say it. Like, yeah, if you're like, oh, you gonna vote for Trump or DeSantis? You gonna vote for Biden or Kamala Harris or blah? It's like, all of them make me feel ashamed, not to be an American, but to be a human being. Like, I don't like any of them, and Weird Al Yankovic had a great video. It was called something like "We're All Doomed" or whatever, and it was just him dogging on like he's like, I don't like any of them. They're both crazy and stupid and old and weird, and we're doomed no matter which. I was like, okay, that's pretty based. I was just like, but yeah, like if you really like, these are the choices we're gonna have. I'm calling it now. I'm not making a monetary bet. It's gonna be Biden or Trump, or it's gonna be Biden or DeSantis, or something suddenly happens to Joe Biden and it's gonna be, I guess, Kamala Harris against Donald Trump, or Kamala Harris against DeSantis. Like, if there are other possibilities, but like, those are the options we're looking at, and it's just like, what was the South Park thing? An asshole or a douchebag? Like, I don't know. Like, I've
a shit sandwich.
Was that it? Like a douche or a shit sandwich or something
I think it was a giant douche or a shit sandwich.
Yeah, giant douche and a turd sandwich. And yeah, like, I'm sorry. I know it's popular to pick a side and troll the other side immediately. It's like, I can't do that. Like, it's, you know, I'm not trying to make a statement or anything, but I just, it's like Godzilla versus King Kong. You remember the movie tagline, whoever wins. It's just, I just hope my friends that had to immigrate because of the shit going on over there are gonna do okay. Because I donate and I ask them all the time, like, how are you doing? Are you and your family all right? Do you need any money, or do you need, you know, this, that, or other? I felt somebody behind me. What's it? 1 second.
FBI, open up! Dum dum dum.
I'm just in the public thing, hanging out with MXC. Okay.
You're like Greg saying, "Hey, dinner's been ready for like
Hi,
8
Greg.
hours."
When did you all get to Act 2?
Today?
How many days have you been playing?
Too many.
And you didn't start over from the beginning?
Nope.
So, no, seriously though, like how many hours of game time do you think you put in before you got to Act 2?
35 probably around there.
Jesus Christ.
But Act 2 and 3 are shorter.
Baldur's Gate?
Yeah, that's what you said. It's been worth it so far, right?
Yeah.
I might go through it. I kind of want to go through the second one again. I haven't played the second one in like 21 years.
Oh, but there's
I really
fucking
haven't.
new
It's actually
DLC
been
for
21
Baldur's
years.
Gate
That's
2.
crazy to think about.
Buck had sort of catch up. So, fighting. And next thing you know, it's Buck's turn. He just falls out of the sky.
What, did he run out of MP?
No, the spell ran out. It fizzled while he was in midair. So he just falls out of the sky in the middle of the battle and lands face down and just lays there.
Dead?
No, he was alive. It took him a bit to stand back up again. We were just laughing our asses off.
Oh my
What
god.
the hell did you do, Buck? Oh, I didn't know it would run out that fast.
That is pretty great. Like, the game really does set a standard. Have a good night. I'll see you in the morning. I love you.
Gay.
All right, I'm back. Greg was just heading to bed.
Yeah. The DLC that they'd released for Baldur's Gate 2, I don't know if it holds like some sort of record for, you know, longest delay between the game coming out and DLC getting released, but I really want to play through that again.
Didn't you hear, Falco? Farah and I are getting married.
Wait, you and Farah are getting married?
Yeah, next month.
That is so gay. You know you would say that.
Especially if he's the best man. So he just walks up, gay, and walks away.
Well, all I'm saying is if you're fighting for gay marriage in your country, just make sure you also have gay divorce on that same bill. Or you're really gonna, or you're gonna wish that they didn't legalize gay marriage. Because what would you rather have? That's a good would you rather, actually. Coming from a light loafer fella, would you rather have gay marriage but no divorce, or no gay marriage at all? I guess I could go for straight marriage too. Would you rather be able to marry your partner but never, no matter what, be able to unmarry them? Or would you rather deal with not being able to get married.
You can only get divorced if you're in a gay marriage.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, it's a would you rather thing. It's supposed to be kind of a tough choice. So it's like, okay, assume like whatever person you're wanting to marry, or like the whatever, gay, straight, whatever. But like, would you rather be able to marry them, but once you marry them, there's no such thing as divorce in your society? Or would you rather just not be able to marry at all and not be able to have benefits or any of that?
The only thing that I would be
It's
missing out
interesting.
on would be the benefits, and I'll be perfectly honest, I could deal without that. I've been pretty self-sustained for the last God knows how long anyway.
Yeah.
So it
yeah,
sucks
same-
that you wouldn't get
same
any kind
here.
of benefits, but I think I'd rather just deal with the fact like, oh, you just can't get married. It's like, cool, I'll take care of myself.
I don't really put a lot of stock on marriage personally, so
I've seen
my
most
choice
of
is
them
easy.
fail.
Yeah,
so-
it would exclude
I'm not saying that
open
they all fail. I'm
relationships.
just
Like
saying most of
marriage would be the thing. But hey,
Boogs.
Hi.
Oh my god, Boogie!
I'm from the fucking internet. No.
It's
For real though, I've been married for this many, right? I fucking love it.
How
So I
many?
haven't
How
noticed
long?
shit for taxes. Since 2014.
nice.
Almost
Yeah,
10
yeah.
years.
Yeah.
It's 4
punching
for
the same
us.
ball bag.
I don't feel any different.
Same.
Like, I don't feel any better or worse. It just like we got to the height of our involvement near the beginning. By the time that we got married, it's just like, yep, this is our life. I am fine with this. Let's live our life like this. You doing what you do, and me doing what I do, and we did,
doing?
and we're still doing it. And,
I doing what I doing. Sorry.
I corrected myself.
I liked it though. It was very Brenda
I
Dickinson.
doing what I.
I'm doing. I do.
No,
You
listen
do.
to
I do.
me. But yeah, like we're great. There's no issues. We've never had a fight. There was, I think there was one night in 4 years that we kind of got loud and frustrated with each other, and it was when Big B was having seizures and diabetic and blind and deaf, and he was very near death, and he was waking us both up quite a lot in the night, and we were a little frustrated. But like we didn't get into an argument. It was just like, oh, fine, all right, I'll do it. And like, hey, you don't have to raise your. Well, you need to. Well, you need to. It's like it wasn't. It was while we were carrying the dog out or whatever, and that was very, very rough. But like it was literally like 8 seconds. 8 seconds where we were just like really frustrated about a dying dog. That's the only thing. Like literally, I'm not lying, I'm not covering anything up. Like in the 4, 5, 6 years, like counting before marriage that we were together, we've never had an argument. Not one, not a single one. Sometimes there's something that I want to do and he's like, Fred, you know, that's not a great idea. I'm like, all right, yeah, you're right. You know, if it's something like that, or if Greg goes in to do something a little silly, and I'm like, now, Greg, you should probably wait on it. He's like, yeah, I'll wait a couple more days and see how it goes. And if I still want it, then I'll buy that. Like little things like that. That's not an argument. That's just like you're dancing close to the line, and this is something where you would like a friend or a partner or a companion or whatever to be like, hey, beep beep Richie, like a beep beep Richie kind of thing. If you ever read it or whatever, but like it's great. It's not getting boring or tiresome. Like we get along just fine. He always asks me, you know, I'm going out to play Magic the Gathering tonight. Is that okay? I was like, yeah, of course. You don't have to ask me. I was like, what are you, Magic the Gathering? Who are you playing Magic the Gathering with? Did you play Magic the Gathering last week? oh, we're also getting something to eat. Like Pablo Francisco's thing. He's like, wait, who are you going out to get something to eat with? Didn't you eat yesterday? Yeah, he's like, didn't you eat yesterday? It's like, I've been in that kind of relationship, and like, if you are, if you're in a relationship where your partner, these are called tiny daggers. Excuse me.
I just like to call them trust issues.
These are called tiny daggers or tiny murders. There's something written back in the 1800s or whoever, and Mr. Hyde bringing to light something called tiny murders or tiny daggers. And these are little things where the wife is at home reading a magazine, and you get home from work, and it's like, hey baby, I just got home, are you hungry? And she just like turns a page. It's like, I noticed you didn't take out the garbage this morning. Little things like that. If your relationship has gotten to that point, it is long turned sour. If y'all can't get back from that in some miraculous way, bail out. If it gets to where like you're doing that to each other, slipping these little tiny daggers in, and being like, yeah, so I see you forgot to, well, you know, it would have been nice if you didn't, you know, forget to wash the dishes this morning. Josu, thank you for the 500 bits. Appreciate it. But yeah, like little things like that, they're just meant to just like stick a little prick in you, little thorny knife, just little,
oh, I see you forgot to take out the this morning.
Well, look, now I'm saying, like, look, do you care if I go out with the guys? Like, it's Murray, he's back from the army, I haven't seen him in like 7 years. You go on and do whatever you want to do. Like, why are you like, I'm fine. I am perfectly fine. Everything is just heaven. Go do your thing. Go ahead and have fun. Please have fun. Like, when you get to that point, you're like, please, you are sucking juice out of a rotten orange at that
You're
point.
playing Magic with the milkman, aren't you?
What?
You know the cliche of like the spouse is always cheating on the milkman?
Oh, I'm sorry. There's people in the chat asking me about Greg's Magic the Gathering configuration. Greg...
Does he use a command deck?
Greg plays Commander, and he co-owns a store, and he plays with every deck. I couldn't tell you, like, oh yeah, he always goes red and black. Me, I was just simple red deck guy. You can make all the nerdy Jeff Foxworthy. If he has 90% land cards, he might be a red deck. Yeah, no, I've heard all the jokes. Like me, I've played Magic the Gathering probably 10 times in my life, maybe 20. Like, I know how to play. And the most important thing is you have to have the attention span to where you don't forget about extra special rules on a card, because that's what gets people fucked. If you're not paying attention to every card and every rule, it's like taking your fingers off of a chess piece. Once you're done, people are like, dude, he didn't realize that he has trample and he could have killed like 60% of my dudes on the board, but he said he's done. He did his upkeep and he tapped his lands and did everything and passed his turn. All right. You know, and then you tell them as you're doing your turn, you're like, okay, I do this, I'm pulling this from graveyard, and you know, last turn, these guys right here have trample, and you could have killed half of my guys You tell them that when you're halfway into your turn. Same thing in chess. Once they've lifted their fingers up and you're like, okay, I'm going to move this guy here. And you know, since you've already lifted up your finger, you could have done this and this, and just like look at their face and they're like, ah! Yeah, that's always a funny feeling. But it's good to teach your friends where they forgot about something. Usually it's the other way around. Usually it's me getting taught, but I've been on the other. The shoe's been on my hand before. It's a good feeling to be like, you know, you could have done this and this, right? And they're like, no, because I have and you're like, well, I put these down. I'm gonna tap this and give this guy bloodlust, and since that guy is this, I win. Because you're -2. Haha. Yeah, like that's always a good feeling. I won my first game of Commander. I played against a bunch of people that have played Commander for years. And like 100%, it was totally luck. I had Greg built my deck for me, and I had a good draw. Like, I'm not saying like I've literally played between 10 and 20 games of Magic the Gathering in my life. I used to just collect the cards because I liked the artwork. But I do know how to play. My problem is not noticing the extra special sub rules on a card. I'm like, okay, I do this and this and this, and my characters come over and do this. And I completely forget about an artifact that says, like, all characters with lower than this much life have this and this to do. And I just
actually moment.
Yeah. But they always wait to do the well actually after you confirm that your turn is over. So your turn's over and you're like, wait, why are you asking me to confirm it? Did I forget something? No, you're just saying, like, okay, yeah, my turn's over. Okay, so what you could have done, Fred, you could have turned this over, you could have done this, you could have tapped your swamps and put your poison thing on this guy, and you could have just won right there. I've been in that situation like 5 times where people have been like, if you knew this and paid attention that you tapped this before, and you can like have that as a recurring thing, you could have just beat me right there. Like, you would have won. And I'm just like, well, maybe next time. Yeah, like I've been there 4 or 5 times. It'll embarrass you every time, but you learn instead of flipping the table and getting huffy puffy. My sister made a guy flip the table. Like this really misogynist, like, oh, why is there a femoid here kind of people. It was, I thought he was a plant. I thought it was like a dream unfolding, but no, like it was, he looked like a super duper sized version of the guy from the Let's Play that the other dude said, you know, I'd really appreciate it if you would be quiet.
James.
The dude that was playing Tomba 2, the dude he was saying that to, he looked like him if he was like swelled.
Oh, the character was swelled.
I just very from Gross Point Blank. It's like she was like, it was Joan Cusack, her character. She's like, I went to my high school reunion, and he was just like, how was it? She was like, it was just as if everyone had swelled. It's like,
everyone is fat now.
But yeah. Not that I give a fuck, but like, no, that's literally, I'm just objectively explaining what the dude looked like. Having somebody like flip a table over something. Well, it was less a flip and more just like what I was told.
Wrestled with it a bit.
A sweep of the hand, sweeping the cards off the table, and the table like rotating a little bit and then settling back down.
Squeals.
I don't know. I personally have never been there for a flipping of a table. I saw the guy who allegedly flipped the table, but I was not there for the thing. I don't know. I always call it QQ. Anybody remember QQ? Like, oh, you're gonna be a crybaby? You're gonna QQ? It's just
that brings back memories.
World of Warcraft. You would hit escape, and then you would hit Q because you have the letter Q, and quit game would be highlighted. So you'd hit Q, and then it would come up with cancel C or whatever, and then really quit game. Like, are you sure you want to do this? And then the next button said quit game, and Q was on there. So when people would rage quit in World of Warcraft, they would hit escape and just type QQ. And people, like, anytime someone was complaining about shit, they're like, oh, why don't you go QQ, you little crybaby? Or something like that. Am I wrong? Am I misremembering this?
I never played WoW, so I can't tell you.
I remember QQ, but I didn't know where it came from.
QQ?
That sounds.
I remember. I don't know. Sorry, I got two streams open. QQ, as I remember, people just complaining. It's supposed to look like eyes crying.
QQ is an acronym often used online communication to signify two crying eyes. It is usually used in the pejorative, such as QQ more or nub, meaning cry more or newbie. QQ has become a popular term and also used to reply a poster that the person thinks is whining. It is generally seen as trolling. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Within the context of World of Warcraft, one will often see less QQ, more pew pew, meaning basically try crying less and fighting back more. The term came from the Warcraft series. The quick way to exit out of the game and enter back into the chat lobby was to press Alt and then hit Q twice. There it is. So it was Alt, not Escape. Like you hit Alt to bring up a thing and then hit QQ. I remember that. Hence QQ. It vaguely resembles an emote of crying eyes. It became a way of insulting noobs and telling them to get out or leave the game. Yeah, I remember that in I guess it was World of Warcraft or whatever, where you hit escape and hit QQ to like, because it was quit, and then it would come up with quit or cancel, and then you'd hit Q a second time, and it would hit the first, like O for okay and C for cancel or whatever. And yeah, butt hurt. The very first time that I ever heard the term butt hurt, I knew what it meant. It was one of those things where you hear it for the first time, but you know what it means without being told.
Remember Pwn?
PWN. PWND or whatever. I'm gonna pwning noobs to increase my rank on the server from 3 to 1. The fucking Counter-Strike animations on Newgrounds. I can't even describe it. Dude gets mad and goes to school and does a bad because he lost on a fucking Counter-Strike server. I think there was a different cartoon called Shut the Fuck Up Noob. Oh my god, you cheating how did you know I was there? When his it looks like Hartman in the GSG 9 uniform or whatever the fuck. and it was a little Flash cartoon.
Oh, I think I remember that.
What was the? I'm gonna type this in on YouTube. Newgrounds Counter-Strike 3-to-1 cartoon. Let me see if it. There it is! Yeah, I gotta download that. God, it's got 3.2 million views. That's definitely like, oh wow, I'm gonna win. I'm gonna pwn this noob and increase my rank on the server from 3 to 1. I just typed in Counter-Strike 3-to-1 cartoon, and it was the first one. What a weird thing to put on the. Oh my god. Newgrounds STFU noob. These are not they. Holy shit, is that Runkachunk? Yagru? CS noob animation. Shut the fuck up, noob. Yeah, I guess that one didn't get as much advertisement. Okay, you guys, I'm going in. That's so great. It actually brings up Joe's Literally Hitler cartoon. Y'all remember Literally Hitler, right?
Nope.
See it, dude.
Joe, the
I think I do.
The
I
dog
think I do.
of Joe Gran, the dog of wisdom guy. He had the. I'd rather play that.
Yeah. I remember that.
They're like, oh, we have our neighbors coming over for dinner, and it's like, it's literally Hitler.
Oh, that cartoon.
And all I have to say is the one at the end where he's painting a picture of Dot from Animaniacs with really over detailed foot soles. It's like, what are you painting, Hitler? And it cuts over, it's Dot from Animaniacs. With like really wrinkled feet.
Why does that exist?
Why? Actually, I think I'll play that just because.
Mom says get dressed.
For what?
The new neighbor's coming over for dinner.
Ugh. I know. What if he's weird?
What if he's Hitler? What if he's literally Hitler and tries to kill us?
Sorry. This is like sweet and hilarious at the same time.
Don't laugh at his accent.
I won't.
Where's your brother?
Up. Getting dressed. Aw, you look so handsy boy. Doesn't he look handsy boy?
He always looks handsy boy.
Not always.
He's here.
Hello, I am Adolf Hitler. I come from Deutschland. I have moved into your neighborhood last week.
Hi, I'm Abigail Ottenberry, but you can call me Abby.
Is the kid retarded?
No, I don't think so. Let me show you around the house. Here's the kitchen. As you may notice,
maybe he won't be that bad.
Are you stupid?
No, I'm not stupid.
Silence!
This is our house.
Listen to me. I will kill you. I will kill your mother. I will kill your pets. I will kill your plants.
No, you won't. Fuck you.
cuss words! Such impolite language! I wasn't really going to kill you. But now...
Nazi, die!
What is going on?
We were just playing Kill Hitler.
Ah, well that's cute. Just make sure Hitler doesn't mind.
Not at all. I love the kinder. I must reheat the creamy mushroom spatula I've prepared. Or as some like to call it, German macaroni and cheese. Ew! You will like it if you try it.
You don't know shit, Hitler.
I know much. If you eat something 7 times, you will begin to like it.
Very interesting, Hitler. And just who told you that?
I don't remember. Maybe it was your mother.
Was that your mom joke?
Why don't you ask her?
Mom!
Good idea. I'll keep an eye on Hitler. Wait. No!
Mom! Mom!
You are so dead, Audrey.
Stop! Mom, Hitler, he's... Oh,
Mom,
you
is
need
it true
to call
that
the
you eat
cops.
something 7
Hitler,
times in order
he's
to
a
know if
Nazi,
you like it?
and
Because
he's
I'm not
trying
sure
to
if that's
kill
true,
us.
because that's what
You're
Hitler said
the
to me.
adult.
I don't know
You
how
have
you
to
would
do
know
something.
how you would say
It's-
that, or if
it's
you
like
did
you don't
say
even
that.
care.
I didn't hear any of that. One at a time. Oh, it's ready already. Smells nice. Is something wrong? Come here. My babies. It'll be okay.
Really?
Of course. Just think of it as German macaroni and cheese. And if you eat it 7 times, you'll love it.
That was the thumbnail.
Maggots. If Hitler could read my thoughts, he would have shot me a dirty look just for thinking that, right?
Probably.
Smells nice.
Eat it!
Stop! Don't eat the creamy mushroom spätzle.
I don't even have my fork yet.
He's literally Hitler. It's obvious to everyone what's going on here. He's trying to kill us. He hates us because we're Jews. He put Cyclone B in the German macaroni so that we die when we ate it. He thinks we don't deserve to live. Well, I think he doesn't deserve to live next door.
Are you stupid?
Victor, go to your room. Now! Do you have any children, Hitler?
9.
9?
I never had kids. Well, maybe I did. It's a surprise.
Uh-huh.
Victor? Victor? Please say something.
We're dead.
We're alive.
Not for long.
I still think we can beat him.
How can you think that?
How could you not think that? There's 2 of us and 1 of him. As long as we don't get separated, we'll be okay? Right?
Audrey, I think if we're lucky, one of us will be okay.
But which would you choose if you had to choose one?
I don't know. Victor, I guess?
To live or to die?
I'm not here to cause any more trouble. I'm just really hungry.
So, Hitler, what kind of work do you do?
Painting.
Oh?
But I gave it up to become Chancellor of Germany.
Oh. Well, that sounds important. Victor! Little shit! That's not funny! Stop joking around!
I don't think he's joking.
Victor, get up. Honey, say something. You! He was right about you! You deserve to die!
Help! My brother is dying! Mom! Hitler's getting away!
Audrey, no!
I just before I go any further, I wanted to share two images before I finish this cartoon. I flipped there is literally a Hitler reference in Fox
Oh my God.
Space episode
literally Hitler.
Just completing a little more of the lore. That's why I was like, I didn't want to show the face because it's an animal people world. I showed it to Joe. I hope he saw it. But yeah, there's a literally Hitler reference in a Fox in Space episode.
My brother is dying!
Yeah. Wolf is a Joe fan.
Mom! Hitler's getting away!
Audrey, no!
Hitler!
Oh God. Yeah, this part.
Pretty fucked up.
That's pretty fucked up.
Hitler?
Yeah. Sorry.
Stay back! I will shoot myself, and then I will shoot you!
Why did you do it, Hitler? Why did you give up painting? You used to paint such beautiful castles. I mean, to be honest, I've been following you for kind of a long time. I also really liked your Flash cartoons
Audrey.
on Newgrounds.
Also, I liked your Flash cartoons on Newgrounds.
Hell, I even liked your old crap on For Affinity.
I will kill you just for knowing about that!
Don't be embarrassed, Hitler.
I've been
It's
there.
who you were. Who you still are. And yeah, it scarred me for life. But like, in the good way. That's the Hitler I want to remember. That was the good Hitler.
Audrey. Audrey, where's Hitler?
Hitler? Just kidding. Hitler is somewhere where he can never hurt you again.
Where?
There. Isn't he talented? I wonder what he's painting right now.
I don't want to show it.
Don't do it, Fred.
I can't.
Your description was more than enough.
Oh no! No!
No!
Yes!
I fast forwarded. It is a NyQuil dream. I don't have enough
We saw
NyQuil.
it. We still saw it.
Mexi, don't cheer for it.
I cheer for chaos.
Uh-huh.
Chaos is fun.
We're still here. We're still here. We've survived. We're living through it.
So I'm currently rereading a book that I was assigned in a class in college because I want to make a video on this book because it's about a really interesting thing about something that absolutely matters zero in all of history, but it's just like an interesting story that we just happen to know about.
What is it? What is it?
It's in medieval Europe, and of course, it's during the time where, like, the church is in charge of everything, and you commit a heresy, you're dead, your life is over, like that sort of environment. And there is an Italian peasant named Minocchio, and he is a peasant who gets charged by the church for heresy or whatever. But the only reason that he has any record and that he is remembered out of the thousands and thousands and thousands of peasants that went through this sort of thing, because he wasn't he didn't lead a rebellion, he wasn't anyone rich, so by all accounts he literally does not matter at all. But the reason why people remember him is that his heresy was like a stoner theory, and it was just so weird that he is only remembered because there were a lot of monks who were like, did you hear this guy? Like, what the hell was he smoking?
What, did he have such a wild take on what he thought religion was?
Yeah, basically. So,
Dude, I think Jesus is a goldfish and he gave 3 pieces of bacon to a binturong.
Dude, you're close. No, you're close. You just have the wrong animal.
Like, we had to execute him. It sucked. Like, you didn't know what did I do, man?
So he was a miller on a farm, so he worked with grain. But, since he was on a farm, he was familiar with other dairy farmers. And so, there were people whose job it was to, like, make cheese, for example. And because it's medieval times, there were still many things about making stuff like dairy that we technically scientifically didn't know yet. We just knew it worked, right? It's like, you mix the milk with this thing and you let it sit out here and it makes cheese. Yeah. And so there was this kind of mystery thing where it was really common for, you'd make the mixture for the cheese, and then you'd come back to get it, and there would be worms in the cheese. And be like, how the hell did these get here? Where do worms even come from? I don't know. So it was just kind of one of those things like, life's a mystery, I guess. It's just a thing that happens.
It's like they didn't find where maggots came from for like
exactly,
hundreds of years. Yeah.
Yeah, they just showed up and they're like,
So homeboy was like, yeah, well, these get here this way. Yeah, I remember that shit.
Yeah, so his stoner theory, which, I mean, as far as we know, he wasn't actually smoking anything. This was actually...
Well, some people are just naturally extra creative.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose we'll never truly know. I suppose they didn't keep track of narcotics back in that day, but, you know, for all we know, his non-stoner theory was like, so, like, you know how, like, the worms just, like, show up in the cheese, and it's like, how the hell did they get there? So, like, imagine, like, you know, earth, water, wind, and fire, like, the elements of the universe. Like, those ingredients, like, got mixed together, right? And, like, that's how the universe was made. And, like, God, the angels, those are, like, the worms that appear. That's why, like, it's like, yeah, how did he get there? Was he always there? I don't know, Mish. Just, like, the worms. So God is a worm, and then the other worms are,
wild.
Like, Gabriel and
That's
Lucifer.
not too wild.
Well, see, that's what made it
one of the earliest scientists. There you go.
but that's what made it really interesting is that he explained this theory in such a way, because like he was still a religious man, but he explained it in such a way where he's like, no, like, yeah, like God's real, Jesus is real, man. I'm just saying it's just like worms and cheese,
they're
man.
purple instead of green.
Yeah.
He's anti-green Jesus. Ban him. Yeah, or something.
Well, they couldn't do it right away.
Even a slightly different flavor of religion to some of those people was like instant death.
Yeah, but they couldn't get him right away because he technically wasn't saying any heresy yet.
Yeah.
But it was kind
Someone
of like that.
really wanted him out of the equation.
Yeah, you know the person who says something that like technically they're not saying anything wrong,
Yeah,
but it's so annoying or stupid that you're like, God damn it, I want this person humiliated or something. I'm tired of hearing this shit. And you know, when you live in like a community where Minocchio happened to be able to read, but most people, of course, could not, because this is the era where, you know, if anyone knew how to read the Bible, it was the people in the church, but the average peasant didn't. And, well, so a lot of peasants would be like, well, I mean, as far as I know, that doesn't seem to contradict anything, but what do I know? I can't read.
He's changing minds. He has to be stopped.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the thing that did end up getting him in trouble for heresy is people asked him like, oh, well, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And, you know, and he kept expanding on it. And so I think the specific thing that got him, I'd have to finish rereading the book to confirm it, but I remember the specific thing that got him was that somehow in this worm creation theory, some peasant was like, wait a minute, so wouldn't that mean that like Mary wasn't a virgin when she had Jesus? And he's like, well, I guess not. And then that was he said it. He finally said it. He finally said like an actual Catholic heresy.
We got him.
Like, we got him.
It's like getting Al Capone on tax evasion. It's like, we did it, oh God.
Yeah. And so, you know, he got, I forget if he was just imprisoned or executed, but, you know, his life is basically over at that point. And it's fascinating that, like, you know, this is something that probably happened to, you know, thousands and thousands of people who we will never know the names of.
Absolutely.
But the fact that this guy was only, we were only able to learn about this guy purely because all of these bishops and cardinals were writing letters to each other. Like, did you hear about this like druggy loser in the village of so and so saying all this wacko shit?
Gossip.
And they're like, gossiping with each other.
He lost his YouTube channel. He got demonetized. Same
Basically, yeah.
shit, except back then they drew and quartered you. It's like, you'll never get another subscriber from this town. Blasphemer. They just chop your head off. Oh, that had to suck.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta tap a kidney. I'll be right back.
Derek,
Mita.
do I need to buy sunscreen when I get there?
I mean, it's up to
That's
you.
a yes.
Probably a good idea.
But we will have time for a Walmart trip, will we not?
Yeah.
Cool. Yes, Emperor.
I'm here. Oh, my bad. I
Immediate
apologize.
feedback.
I apologize.
Yeah, this has been a fun time. Rex, are you still with us?
I gotta hop out. I'll talk to you guys later. Love you.
I mean,
Have a good one, dude.
See you, MXC.
Hey, Dynamite.
Hello.
What's going on?
Munching some white wine sauce with chicken thighs, green beans.
White
and
wine sauce?
Dude.
Chicken thighs, green beans, and what? I didn't mean to cut you off.
And seasoned corn. I've been practicing white wine sauces for a couple months now. I got it down pretty good.
How do you make a white wine sauce?
There's a few different ways.
The way that I do it,
I never know like how to like. I've only ever used liquor or drinkable alcohol to make Polska kielbasa with Jack Daniel's whiskey. It's fucking amazing. It's my own recipe.
God,
but
that
like,
does sound good.
how do you do that with white wine though to make a spaghetti sauce or something?
Well, it's more like a cream sauce. Is kind of what it is. So like, I won't do the whole like Food Network spiel on how to do it, but basically I just like sear chicken thighs in a pan, and the fond that's left over.
The what that's left over?
The fond. It's like the caramelized like proteins and sugars from the chicken. It's like the dark like golden crispy stuff you see in a pan when you sear food in it.
The fond. I've never heard that before.
Fond.
Yeah. I'll cook shallots on top of that and kind of like scrape that fond off, because it's just like flavor crust is literally all it is. And then to further deglaze it, I put in like a half cup or between like a quarter to half cup of white wine, and then you cook it down till it's like a thick syrup, and then just butter and heavy cream, mix it all together.
What makes up the fond?
White wine sauce.
I'm looking at different pictures of different fond, and they all look completely different.
It depends on the protein.
No, they're all chicken. Like
yeah.
I see one that looks like. I mean, I get it. It's whatever's left over from pan searing raw chicken, right? But is there anything else added? Butter, oil, anything like that?
You can use that to help deglaze it, to get all that crust off of it, and then it melts back into whatever your sauce is, and it just enhances the flavor even further. But fond is literally just caramelized proteins from any piece of meat,
right.
Whether if it's steak, chicken,
like onions
fish,
or sugar,
whatever.
but it's meat. Never heard of that before.
Yep.
I always thought that I was like, oh, this is just the stuff where it means I didn't flip my chicken as often as I should have.
No, that's the good stuff.
Corpus and friends, how are you doing?
So next time you're cooking a meat and you have that crispy stuff stuck to your pan, deglaze it. Don't wash it and throw it away, because that's wasteful.
That's a free sauce.
What do you mean deglaze it?
Get it wet.
You add like a liquid or something to loosen.
Is that some water broth at a high temperature, and it kind of like lifts it off of the metal?
Exactly. That's also what I use the white wine for. It does the same thing.
Huh. So you make a fond and then you pour white wine on it?
You just
and then what do you do with that stuff?
You just softly scrape the pan until like you don't see any more stuff sticking to the bottom of it.
But yeah, but like with all of that mixed in with a white wine, what do you then use that mixture for? The white wine and the scraped fond.
Well, yeah, you let the white wine cook down, so it's more like a thick syrup, because it just evaporates, and what's left is just the sugar and the concentrated flavor of the wine. And then butter, thyme, salt, pepper, cream, and that's it.
Yeah.
And it becomes this really like thick, creamy, almost Alfredo-like texture, but it's a completely different sauce altogether. I'll make it for you.
I do. I want 4 meals on my birthday. I'll pay for everything. Like whatever it costs, I'll pay for it. Like I don't care. But I want to be pampered on my birthday. I want well, out of the 4 things that I want, like I'm not saying you guys have to cook 4 things. Like we can go to dim sum or sushi for 1 or 2 of the things, whatever. Like I don't care. But for the 1 or 2 things that y'all want to cook, I would like to request one. I don't know what it is right now. I'll have to think about it for a few days. If you don't want to cook it, I will, but I think you would still do a better job of it.
Bubba and I will cook whatever the fuck you want.
I do want to make a full Monte Cristo. It's my 40th. I'm going to be 40 years old. Can you imagine that?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could. I know people that have been into my cartoons and funny video stuff since I was like 18 or 19, and now I'm almost 40. Jesus, it's wild. I don't care. This is the same thing I felt like going into my 30s. Like, oh man, my 30s. What are these gonna be like? And my 30s have been the best years of my life. My goal, on average, is for all of my 40s to also be better than my 30s, which I think they will be. I don't think it'll take that much time. It's just, I'm just now at the very end of my 30s and learning Blender and grease pencil and all of this stuff that has completely taken away the need for 90% of the other programs I have been using since the late 90s, early 2000s. And I've gotten better. My mind has matured. The writing for my cartoon from 10 years ago, 5 years ago, is kind of, you know, if I read the Zoroastrella script I had about excuse me, I had about 45 minutes of Zoroastrella scripted out, like 30-40 pages, something like that. But the writing for it was like, yeah, someone in their late 20s wrote this. I want to read something that was written by someone in their 30s or 40s. And that's what I felt like as I got a little older. Like Fox in Space episode 2, the script for that is like, I started writing it, 6 years ago, 7 years ago. But as time went on, all of the parts that I had not yet animated and still needed to animate, I went back on those. I was like, well, if I haven't done anything on this one yet, let me go into the script for it, just this scene, and mature it a little bit. And that's why I'm so glad that I've got an extra episode of A Fox in Space to work on before I get to my own personal project. Because like even now, the stuff I'm writing now, by the time I finish episode 3 and look back at the stuff I have written for the violence, I'll go, yeah, this needs to be updated a little bit. I'm like 3 years older. I'm 40 something now. I'm middle-aged. Is that what it is? Like middle-aged? What is middle-aged? It used to be 35, but I guess it's, what is it? It's 45 now?
If you want to be a smartass about it, if people are dying at 120, then half of that is 60.
But I mean, how many people actually make it that old? That's a very small percentage. I think most people are, what, like 80?
For women, the average is like 75 to 80. For men, the average is like 65 to 75 in terms of like longevity.
If I make it to 60, I'll be happy. If I make it to 70, I'll be impressed. If I make it to 80 and I'm still doing stuff, like I will truly feel blessed. But it's not like, oh, I made it to number. Like if the last few where I'm trying to make it to number, current number equals current number plus 1. I'm just like, let me just get 1 added on to what I've got because everything's falling apart. Like now, I want to be able, like if I get to the point where I can't draw and animate and I'm just sitting there farming morphine, like that's gonna get old.
Yeah, I always saw 20s as young adult, 30s and 40s as just adult, 50s and up to retirement in the late 60s as middle-aged, and then once you're past retirement, there you go, you're old.
I always felt like once you get over 70, usually when I was little, I was like, oh man, when you're 50, you're old, or 55. Because back then, like senior citizen discounts at Denny's and McDonald's or whatever, if you were 55 plus, now it's like 65 or whatever. But back then it was 55. If you were over 55, you were considered a senior citizen, and now they've raised the age by like 10 years. I was like, that's only 15 and a half years away for me. It's like, fuck, I'll be able to get 4 waffles for the price of 2. I don't know, we'll see. That's life expectancy. That's the average for people who eat McDonald's every other day. Greg and I cook most of our food. I quit smoking like ages ago.
I still think of the girl who lived to 118 and like on her 115th, she said, I still smoke and drink 3 Dr. Peppers a day. I just don't give a shit. She just lived through sheer lack of stress.
Some people can do that. And you know, a lot of people lose the will to live. You'll see a lot of people like their partner dies and then they die like 2 weeks later. That is a real thing. Like they like having doom and gloom and just being like, well, I'm done or whatever. That will fuck your shit up.
That's what happened to my grandma and Jimbo. Grandma
Not for
went
everybody,
in September, and then Jimbo went like 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
My grandpa won't quit.
He has served his purpose.
You're in your 30s and you have a grandparent that's still alive. That's so wild.
He's 94.
I was 24 when my last grandparent went.
Well, I just turned 27 a few days ago, so in 3 years...
I'm really ashamed, or not ashamed, but I'm disappointed in you. You didn't reach out and tell me it was your birthday, and now I don't even know what the fuck to get you. I was genuinely like, I don't mean to call you out, like I know we're on a stream or whatever, but like I was genuinely upset that you didn't let me know. Like I was in rough shape for a little bit.
Well, I appreciate it, but I just didn't want to be like, hey guys, it's my birthday tomorrow. I demand adulation and gifts. Where's my gold, frankincense, and myrrh?
Is there anything that you would like? Because I got this thing, like even if it's just like $100 gift certificate for Amazon or Walmart or whatever, like that's the thing. It's like, oh, I want to get you this album, or I want to get you a hardback book that you will definitely not have the time to sit down and read for 16 hours or whatever. Like I don't want to get people that shit. I want to get people something that they're going to use, even if it's like $50 or a gift certificate for a website. I want to give someone something that's like, hey, this made my life slightly easier. Or like Greg, I like for like Greg's anniversary stuff this month, I bought him a bunch of tools, like this big grid thing that you drop magic cards into. It's this big plastic magic card organizer that has like it's got like 10 slots by 6 slots or whatever, and he's been using it and has compacted his magic collection by a lot. And I got him there are these 2 Stanley. I want to tell you, like, have we got any Magic the Gathering fans? Just to get back to my main point, like, I'd like to get you something that you're going to use.
I really appreciate it, but I'm just kind of like at that state in life where I don't know what I need or want. So I literally have like 0 specifics I could give you. Not saying that you couldn't find something that may work, but
that's the thing. Like my thing with people is like I'm not trying to blow anyone away and be like, oh, you got me the perfect piece of pie or anything like that. It's like, hey man, you bought me that little organizer case for my Magic the Gathering cards, or hey, that you got me a $100 gift certificate for Walmart or Lowe's or the grocery store I go to or something like that. And like I use that got me through. I like one of my other buddies, I gave him $100 whatchamacallit, and a week later after his birthday he was like, hey, I stepped on my glasses this week And as I got my friend to drive me to the optometrist in my car, he drove over a rock in the road and popped the tire. And I had to pay for new glasses and get a new tire, so that $100 you sent me really helped a lot. And I was just like, you know, it made me feel good. But if it wasn't like, oh, I got him a book, or like, oh, I got you a sticker of a farting monkey wagging his dick in your face or whatever. Like I got them something that they could fucking use. I'm not judging anybody. Like you want to make you want to make like you want to give like your friends like some goofy gift or something of the sort, then that's fine. But I've gotten to the age where when I give someone a gift, I want it to be something that they can use. Something that I give them a gift and they think to themselves, like, hey, this is pretty good. This wasn't just, you know, a card with a farting walrus on it going, LOL, fart, happy birthday, and here's a book you're never gonna read. I got you a poster with titties on it. And your wife is looking at you like, did you ask him to get you this? And you're like, no, baby, like, thank you, bruh, but like, I don't know, baby, what do you want to say? You like his gift? Like, have you ever gotten a gift from one of your friends, and your wife looks at you like, yeah, that's really nice, Henry. Thank you for getting Jake such a wonderful gift. And he looks at you, well, baby girl, what are you doing? I've been there. Like your buddy gets you a bong, like a week or two after you convince your significant other that you're never gonna smoke weed again, and you just haven't quite gotten around to telling your friends, like, yeah, my baby girl says, look, I can't smoke weed anymore, so, you know, don't get me any weed stuff. And you just didn't get around to telling them, and they give you a bong for your birthday, and your partner's just like, very nice, Henry. Fred will love that. Won't you, Fred? And it's like, well, baby girl, what I know somebody out there has dealt with that before. He's like, I'm sorry, baby, I didn't tell him that I don't smoke weed anymore. I'll throw it away, all right? I'll throw it. And just, you don't have to say anything in front of him. I understand. Just throw it away when you get home. Just throw it away when you get home. If he calls and asks about it a year later, tell him it's great and that you got high, but throw it away when you get home. Oh my God. Giving some people in the chat chills. Are you being triggered? I'm sorry. I apologize. Exactly. I just, man, you have a friend and she wants to have a good time. And her man's just like, yeah, like the Pablo Francisco thing I mentioned earlier. She's like, I'm going out with friends from work. We're just getting something to eat. And he's like, baby girl, didn't you just like eat yesterday? Yeah. You got to be able to recognize when that shit's happening. I couldn't do it. I don't have the energy for it.
Either way, though, I've got nothing. If you think of something and you want to try, go for it. Even books, because I still read, but I really can't think of anything.
That's the thing. I love books, but I got to do audiobook anymore because every waking hour I spend And I'm not saying this is how it should be, but I spend most every waking hour in front of the computer working on stuff. So if that's my thing, if you want me to read a book, you've got to get me the audiobook version of it, and 2, it can't be abridged. That's the thing with like Stephen King. I love Stephen King. His shit is wild. His series of The Dark Tower series by Stephen King, that is my Harry Potter. That is my Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit. It's my Hunger Games, whatever. The Stephen King is, I think Stephen King is my favorite author, because like I love his like Dark Tower series and whatnot. But if anyone ever got me any of his stuff, the same thing. Like when he makes an audiobook, he demands that none of them are ever abridged. If I wrote a book for the violence or a Fox in Space or whatever, and someone wanted to narrate it, and they're like, oh, well, we have to trim this down a few hundred words per hour, and I'm like, no. I'd tell them, I'd be like, no, I'm not gonna do that. I would never let someone abridge my work. Now something like Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z abridged or something, that's understandable. Something has 900 episodes. Why is that? No, that's more like One Piece. Yeah. It's not that I think that everything in the world should be abridged, but Stephen King stuff is great and should not be abridged. An anime written for 15-year-olds that has 700 episodes, you could abridge a little bit. Like, I don't think anyone's gonna feel butthurt over that.
Nah. Oh, but I guess back to the original point
great.
though. Like I'll be 30 in 3 years, and my grandpa's turning 80 in December. So I mean, he'll more than likely be alive when I'm in my 30s.
Yeah, both my parents are well into their 70s, which is way older than I ever figured myself to live to. So if I live to be 70, like if I die when I'm 71, I'm probably gonna die when I'm 71, whatever. If I die when I'm 71, I'll be sitting there thinking like, I made it to 71. Holy fuck. This day and age, people not making it until, 50 or whatever. If I make it to 70 or 71, I'll be very happy.
If I make it to 71, I'll take up smoking again.
Yeah, if I get into my 70s and it's like, oh, yeah, your lungs are in perfect health, they're like, yeah, I'll probably find me some digital camels or whatever the fuck.
Just watch. By the time you all make it into the 70s, you're just like, where the hell are the cigarettes? Oh, you don't remember? We eradicated tobacco from the planet for the good for humanity like 10 years ago. You literally can't smoke
now,
anymore.
Bruh. It's herbal vapes. Oxygen bars. I went to an oxygen bar once and I just felt like a chode. I was like, yeah, this is raspberry rippled with a side of blah blah blah. I was just like, oh my god.
It's literally the Lorax.
It tastes really good. Wow. It's neat. I like the concept of it, but
honestly.
Huh?
A hookah would be more satisfying.
Yeah,
honestly.
yeah. I like the concept of it, but only if it actually did anything. I don't know.
A Fox in Space meetup 2063. We all gather around the hookah.
You guys remember? Like, oh, I can't believe episode 5 finally came out. guys, we made episode 5, we made it, and I just fucking shit on myself.
I'm just gonna be like the Witch of the Wastes from Howl's Moving Castle, just like obliviously smiling and like looking straight ahead because I'm so like the dementia is so bad. Like,
You're like Mermaid Man.
I'm just completely vacuous.
Nothing but pudding for brains.
I await for the SpongeBob MASH apex, the period of time where more people in nursing homes reminisce about SpongeBob than the show MASH. Because that point will happen at some point.
It's approaching the midpoint now, I would assume.
Yeah. Because if you think,
So like, there are
what is
30-year-olds
the...
that like SpongeBob that are like in their 50s and 60s now.
Yeah, so like you think about like
that.
MASH was a show that like most Americans saw at least once, and they had some awareness of it to understand
A Korean
the
war
significance
show.
of the jokes. Yeah, you know, the finale was seen by like half of America and all that stuff. When I think
MASH
like what is the
movie.
closest thing to that from my time period that almost everyone saw and makes jokes about? Oh, SpongeBob. Maybe you could throw The Simpsons in there too.
Yeah, MASH was 70s, right? Early 80s?
Late 60s, early 70s.
Or was it? When it was
Okay,
yeah,
never mind. 72 to
first episode
83.
was 72 to. That's what I was thinking. I knew it was like a 70s, 80s show, but it was on TV when I was a kid. But by the time I watched MASH, it was in reruns. They're like rerunning the series or whatever. Because I think here it says 83. It ended the year that I was born. But I remember what year was that? There was a movie. The movie was 1970.
Yeah, it's what it's what the show is based off
yeah.
of, and a book. I think I was thinking of the book because the book's from 1968.
I actually watched a video recently about the popularity of MASH's like series finale. It was like one of the most watched television episodes in history.
It was the most watched until the 2015 Super Bowl, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
But have it just only beat by a sports event. That's wild.
And one really interesting fact about the MASH finale is that for some reason the MASH finale resulted in the largest amount of people flushing their toilets at the same time.
I don't understand. Like, do they all like, oh, we all gotta eat before MASH comes on, or we're eating during MASH, the season finale?
So in New York City,
okay,
a lot of their
explains everything.
Yeah, their public works thing, like they keep track of like water usage.
Yeah.
And they all noticed that at approximately 3 minutes after the finale ended, around 77% of the people in New York City flushed their toilets.
I can find. Oh, let me get in there, Martha. Oh, that was so sad. It's just in the bathroom.
And that was back in the day where like trans fats were still a thing, and everyone was just eating even worse garbage. You know, so it was like extra righteous.
Just New York City is just nothing but hot pastrami's and grease, fried grease and hot pastrami's.
The most essential ingredient to their beloved pizza is their sewage water.
Albino alligator tail.
Say, it's pretty dang great. The hype is real.
I can say this. How many New Yorkers? How many friggin' New Yorkers we got in the chat? Like, we went to New York City. It was a little less than a year ago, and what was it, November?
Mm-hmm. It was on my birthday.
Yeah, it was like late October, early November, and New York was great. It was super clean. I went there right after, I went there in 2004. I went to Brooklyn and, or Manhattan, and, right along the edge of the docks down there in 2004. Like, I don't even remember, but like this last time we went, I love Brooklyn. Brooklyn, like when I was a little kid and I was into Mario Brothers and the Mario show and anything involving New York, what comes to my mind when I think of New York is what it was just like last year driving through Brooklyn. Brooklyn, like if I ever moved to New York City, which I might, I love New York. I love New York City. Like, I've been there before and it was kind of shitty and whatnot, but the last time I went, it was good. It was good. Like, I get it. There's shitty places. There are people who are like bent over shitting on themselves on fucking fentanyl or whatever, but New York was fucking fun. It was very clean. I felt safe. We were there like toward the end of the night. We were there early day and in the afternoon on several different days. It was nice. I really enjoyed it. My first time there was scary. But this is a fun thing. In 2004 and 2022, both times that I have driven to New York City, to whichever borough, both times I was driving a stick shift. This last time I went there, like, how was my driving? You can call me out on stream if you want, Bubba.
In New York,
Rex.
it was like you lived there.
Like, that's one thing. Like, I'm proud of my good driving. I have a perfect driving record. My insurance, before I moved to Canada, like even here, it's not whatever, but like when I lived in the United States, my full insurance for me was like $35. That is one thing. I have fucked up, like, amazingly. I've made amazing, fucked up, horrible mistakes in my life with like legal system and fines and whatnot. But I can tell you, like, I have never gotten in a wreck with I have one truck, my little truck that's up there right now. That truck, I have had that since I was 17 years old. Since September 6, 2001. I've had that truck and I still have it and it still runs. I have to put the new bumper on the front. Otherwise, it's not street legal in Canada. But that is my one thing. And I rode through fucking New York City. I didn't run into anybody. And I have the one person that I have to thank that helped me grow some balls to survive out there was Ego.
hardcore, yeah.
Like, because the whole time I'm like, I don't think I can get it. Like, he's not gonna let me in. And he's like, Fred, do it right now. I'm like, okay, I'll do it. It's like, well, they're letting me in. They're not even honking their horn. He's like, yeah, you like in New York, you gotta get your nose in there, or nobody's gonna let you in. Like, no one's gonna honk their horn at you. And if someone honks their horn, don't worry about it. Just get in there. And he did. It was like being in boot camp. Huh?
So you were his Rocky Balboa.
Yeah,
and he was like your trainer.
Like I said, I wasn't going to do anything stupid. Like, I knew it's like, okay, these are the rules. That's a red light. This is a green light. But it wasn't anything like that. It was just like when everybody's got the right of way and you've got this little space that you got to squeeze into. Even if someone like a little far out there is thinking it's the right of the way and they're coming in, just slowly stick your nose in there. And they'll be like, oh, okay, whatever. And you get in. Yeah, I live in Canada. I live in New Brunswick. I'm 1 hour and 5 minutes away from the Maine border, the eastern border of Maine. I can't wait till get down this ways. And yeah, for when I want to talk about it on stream, but the first of the timber first, I'm gonna do the thing.
Hell yeah.
I could have done it sooner. It's just I wanted to get my credit card down. Now I've got my I have all of my credit down to like 10 or 15%, which is actually lower than what they recommend it to be. But I wanted to get it down to that before I can just, pay the minimum on that 1 month and get everything else paid for.
You're the generous host. You don't have to explain anything.
That's what I was saying earlier about like people giving a donation or whatever. I'm doing this assuming that no one's giving me a donation. If you want to throw $10 or $100, like I don't fucking care. But like it's all taken care of, and I want the people who are RSVP and doing whatever to not worry about that. It's just do your plane ticket. You're gonna be fed and housed otherwise. That's what I hate about going to a convention. It's like you got to worry about food, you got to worry about your plane ticket, you got to worry about your housing for like 7 days or 6 days, and it's going to be like $2,000 unless you're with somebody. And it's like, who are you going to be with? Like, what's going on? You could be some weirdo and wake up to them sucking on your toes or some shit. And just to go to a thing, it's like I pay my ticket to get there, and that's it. I'm there for 7 or 8 days, and I don't have to worry about anything else. Like if that's what you need, you got it. Because people have done that for me before, so I don't fucking care if my friends that I want to bring to the thing, all I want them to worry about is getting there. It's like not even taxi or Uber or whatever. It's like just get there. You get there and you're like, I'm broke. Where is the like you'll be fine. You'll be taken care of. Because man, I hated going to Anthrocon with $40. Be like, well, my room's paid for, my gas is paid for, and I have to make $40 stretch for 5 days. Like, what can you do other than draw cringy furry art and cringy 2003 furry art and get a little money and be like, hey, I can get a hotel room tonight. Or rather, I can share a room with somebody tonight. Oh my God. I just want people to come and have a super good time. But yeah, like it'll 100% be paid for. It's on me like a Disney movie. Like, guys, we got 3 days to earn the money, or we're gonna have to start the Cyndi Lauper montage. It's like, they're like, we're gonna make this place look better, and we're gonna make some money. Did you ever see Heavyweights?
Nope.
Oh man, I saw that. That was the first movie I ever saw Ben Stiller in. It was the camp for fat kids. Heavyweights. I remember that. Jason Blade plays. I'm sorry if I missed your sub, but thank you. I may have missed that. I apologize.
I apologize.
Oh my God. Anime, like, that's the thing. I could do Star Fox commissions or stuff, but it's just, I don't know. If you were on my stream about a week ago, I showed all of my cringy old, well, they're not really cringy. I just mean that in the sense that they're very old, and I draw a little bit different than I used to. But I shared that on stream not too long ago. It's not cringy to me. I know somebody will be like, to me, they're not at all. Those were commissions I did at my level of ability at that time, and I'm very happy with them, and I had zero regrets.
I saw someone post a drawing the other day that said, I'd rather be cringe than mean, and I completely identify with that.
That's fine. I accept that.
Cringe can always evolve into charm.
Mm-hmm.
Depends on what it is.
Yeah,
That's why I said can. I said can.
Understood. That's fair. You said can instead of always. Grab it. May I have it. How are you doing? And friends, always welcome. How are you doing? Yeah, me. What's an old popular PC game or a PS1 game? Something that I would have a looping music thing from. It's got to be something. First one.
You have like MGSX, something from there, don't you?
MGSX? What is MGSX? Wait. You mean Metal Gear Solid?
Yeah. You're the one from the, I can't remember what the console was called, and it was like a, not even a console.
The MSX2?
There it is.
Japanese gaming computer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do that.
I like that one.
Castlevania Symphony of the Night? I get it. You're done with your stream and you got a dip. do have a button that has 54 different farts.
I do too, but it's on my body.
Please wait while we play some farts on the telephone line.
I have the wait. Hey, who am I friggin' speaking with?
Hello, Mr. Lombardi?
Is Lombardi.
Yes, sir. Mr. Lombardi, thank you for calling tech support for the Latvian Triple Com helpline. Please tell me, what is your problem?
Yeah, your computer, it's not even friggin' turning on.
Have you tried turning it off and then on again?
Well, like, I can't even get it friggin' turned on. What's going on? I haven't even, like, I hit the power switch.
Is it plugged into the wall, sir?
Well, yeah, like, if it wasn't plugged into the wall, why would I even be calling you?
Okay, very good, sir. So you are confirming with me right now that your computer is plugged in and it does have voltage going to the power supply.
Okay, wait, has what going to the where? Can you imagine Falco Lombardi sitting on the phone with tech support for anything?
Just like strap him to a chair so he can't leave, and have the phone permanently lodged like in front of his face. It's just like a form of torture. Like
Jeez.
what? I was like, what? A phone call? You think you're gonna get me upset over a phone call? Hello, this is tech support. Oh God. And just 8 hours later, he's just crying.
It'd be like,
Have you tried setting it to the factory settings?
Yeah.
Have you tried setting it to the
Okay, please hold.
Like after every step, there's like a 2 or 3 minute hold. He's like, yeah, I tried that. All right, please hold.
Please stay on the line, and you will be helped by the next available representative.
Oh, friggin' great, here we go. What was it on
Oh
here?
God,
Actually,
not the music!
yeah, I actually have that on here. What the fuck is that? Yeah.
Your call is very important to us. Please stay on the line, and you will be helped by the next available Star Fox representative.
You know, that could actually be like a really fun thing to just randomly post to the channel, like waiting for episode 3, where you wouldn't even have to animate anything. Just have like a still of one of the characters being really irritated on the phone, and just have an entire fake R-Wing tech support call or something like that. Just have like a fun little voice skit. That could be fun.
I want to keep doing the shorts. Most definitely. The Sigma male whatever things, or Andros is all like, I see a failure in you, James. We've tried for so many years and you've brought nothing and blah blah blah. I can only imagine what comes to your mind when you think of me. And he's just like, I don't think of you. And it, you know, just yeah, boy, hashtag Sigma male grind set, hashtag nothing else matters but the grind, hashtag, you're like, whatever the fuck. And it's just like James walking away, adjusting his tie, and like Andros putting the back of his hand to his forehead, like, ah! You know, like he's fainting, and Reese is behind him, like holding his shoulders as he like faints to the ground. Like, so ridiculous, but I think that it would be funny. Like, yeah, just completely wrecked, and it's just like McLeod grind set hashtag whatever the fuck, but that would legitimately be funny.
That reminds me, there was an episode of the Fairly Odd Parents cartoon where Timmy was upset that like bullies kept getting to him. So he's like, oh, I'll just wish that I didn't feel emotions. And so he's just this like emotionless husk in the episode. And the next day when like one of the bullies comes up to him like, hey, look, I've got this like embarrassing photo of you like doing this embarrassing thing. And then now look, your crush is laughing at you. How does that make you feel? It doesn't.
Like giant muscle dude walking away, adjusting his tie, while everyone is just like, ah! And like falling down dead and whatnot. But yeah, just something goes like, it's like, I only wonder what comes to your mind when you think of me. And James, it just like zooms in on James, and he's just like, I don't think of you. And he just walks away, like adjusting his tie. And like, I wanted to do an animation of James doing the Bateman thing, like the picture of Christian Bale when he, with like the animated GIF where he's just like where he does the ooh, and then he's like nodding, like when he's with his girlfriend at the dinner table or whatever. But it's James McLeod like cutting to that, and it's like hashtag trust your instincts, hashtag never give up, hashtag James McLeod grind set, hashtag blow, like just all that stupid shit. But that would be funny. You know, like if it was pulled off correctly, that would be funny as fuck.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, like having Pigma and Reese in Andros's office, like holding his shoulders as he just like, oh, like puts the back of his hand to his forehead and like faints because he got so severely owned. Oh, that would be pretty fucking funny. I can't wait to get back to writing music for episode 3. I know, like, the music so far for the scenes I have fully scripted out so far, I know exactly what the music is going to sound like. But for the later scenes with Wolf and Fox and Andros and Farah and all that, I have no idea. Every song I wrote for episode 1 and episode 2, each individual song took about, I don't know, 48 hours? Pepper, you don't know who's up against you now. You should stand down, James. Sir, it's literally Hitler.
Damn.
What did you say? It's literally... Yeah, the fuck... Look at Hell's Kitchen sound effect.
And every single time the sound effect comes back slower and bassier.
Just even slower. Just, yeah. Oh, man. Crazy stuff.
10 sound effects later, it just sounds like the opening of THX.
Just bleh.
Yeah. Like, of course, like the first thing I say, my voice just breaks.
Long day.
It actually has been.
I feel you on that one.
Well, I went to class, first day class, and then after class I get lunch, and then I go to work. And then after work I go skating, and then after skating I come home and do homework.
How do you find the time?
Honestly, I like filling out my day because there's, like, over the summer I had problems with days where I would just kind of do nothing, and it would not make me feel good, to be honest.
Oh, that's good. Just fill it up with good times. Were you able to break in that stereo that you got from your friend?
Yeah, I've broken it in. I take it to the skate. I took it to the skate park, and now every time I go there, they're like, "Hey, you bring the boombox?"
Dude, that's a kick-ass little boombox that gave you that.
What you doing?
Sorry, I'm back.
Oh, now you're here.
I was
sorry I'm late. I gave myself a camel toe and not the Dorothy Hamill kind.
That's not what I was trying to do. I was trying to say...
Give yourself a chest camel toe
by lifting screws and nuts right under your chin.
That is not... I'm sorry, that is...
Well, look at how big my vagine looks. It's a huge vagine.
I'm just gonna deafen myself again.
Bye.
Don't do that. Please don't do that. Like, listen.
He's gone.
Did you really... Lord have mercy. Lord Jesus of Nazareth on Mount Sinai giving the sermon. Have mercy on these children. All I
Despite
had
the
said
vagine, it is still just a yin with the spleen.
That's how I feel.
Was he being flogged with
This
shit?
is how I feel in the bathroom. It's just...
mercy.
I apologize.
Yes.
Don't worry, Fred. We're your friends. We will help get you through this terrible addiction.
I don't want to be anywhere
Don't
near
stop.
Thinking about tomorrow, because it'll soon be here.
Maybe tomorrow I wanna settle down. Until tomorrow, I must be hanging on. Or I forget. Come on, y'all don't know Littlest Hobo?
No.
The Canadian TV show about the dog that helped kids.
I do not know. No.
Hmm.
I had to Wikipedia it. That's how little I know.
If it wasn't Nelvana, we didn't see it down here.
Nelvaner. Littlest Hobo with a shotgun. Holy fuck, dude. What a great crossover. Rutger Hauer played by a German Shepherd. No, this has been good though. I've had a good night, and if y'all don't mind, everybody go over and do this. Do this.
Nice try. I know if I raid a canyon, I'll fall to my death.
This, copy that line, and we're gonna go over now. Space Fox raid. Have a good night, and I'll probably see you tomorrow.
Goodbye.